Is Elizabeth coming or?
As far as I know.
All right, okay.
Okay, I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Roll call. Erica, you wanna do the roll call?
Sure. Robert Bernowski,
Present.
Jan Grist,
Present.
Stephen King,
Present.
Elizabeth Martinez, Carla Torres de Luna.
Here.
As I see no public here at all, we'll move on from that. And all I'll need is a motion to adjourn to closed session, please.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Ready? Salute.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Surely.
Si hay alguien presente que requiere traducción, tenemos la traductora atrás. Si puede enseñar la mano, por si acaso alguien necesita traducción.
Okay, there's no announcements from closed session, so we'll move on. And to the approval of the agenda.
Make a motion that we approve it as stated.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 4-0. Okay, moving on to public comments. Are there any?
There are, but can we ask if the young people here are from the high school or did they want to speak about something? Just so that they know.
I see some young people there. You want to speak? Just here to watch.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Well, thank you for coming. Take good notes.
So Jeffrey Holland from Golden Bookmark Program.
Yes. Good evening, my name is Jeff Holland, and I'm the president of the California Retired Teachers Association of San Benito County. CalRTA is an association of retired teachers of California dedicated to the continuation and expansion of the state retirement system. Our chapter, San Benito, awards yearly grants of $100 to each of 6 teachers to assist them with their expenses in the classroom. In addition, we also award a $1,000 scholarship to a high school senior who is interested in pursuing a career in education. Last year, with the support of your then superintendent, we were able to begin a bagel program, which committed us to provide bagels and cream cheese to the teachers and staff of the Hollister School District, as well as various county schools, in appreciation of their efforts in educating our children. We plan on continuing this program on a yearly basis, with your approval and that of your superintendent. Tonight, I'm here to thank your current superintendent for allowing us to begin the Golden Bookmark Program to assist your school libraries. For the next 6.5 years, we will provide $300 to each of 2 schools to help them purchase materials for their library. This year, the schools were Ladd Lane Elementary and Marguerite Mays Middle School. For those schools who do not receive the cash award, we will provide 4 hours of volunteer service from one of our members to assist the school librarian in their duties during the course of the school year. Each teacher in the school will also receive a golden bookmark to celebrate this effort to support public school libraries. Thank all of you, including your superintendent certainly, for your support. And my mother told me when you come visiting to always have a present.
Good, because I wanted to see.
So I have a present.
Thanks, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeffrey.
Your mom is right. And your mama taught you well.
And she's missing?
Yes.
You don't want to miss her. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your help. Appreciate it. Okay, we'll go ahead and open up the public hearing regarding the trustee area map plans, and I have a rather extensive reading here. At the regularly scheduled July meeting of the Board of Trustees, the board adopted a resolution directing the superintendent to initiate the process of changing the method of electing members of the board from the current at-large system to a method which provides the board members residing in each trustee area will be elected by the registered voters of that particular trustee area, Education Code 5030B. insufficient time for the new method of electing members of the board to be in place for the November 2020 election. Election Code Section 110A1 requires the district to hold at least 2 public hearings to invite community input regarding the composition of the trustee areas over the period not to exceed 30 days. Composition of the trustee areas includes factors such as visible, natural, and man-made geographical, topographical features, communities of interest, jurisdictional boundaries, and population growth. Election Code Section 110A1 encourages political subdivisions to conduct outreach to the public, including to non-English speaking communities, to explain the districting process and to encourage public participation. The district accomplished this at a recent community input session. The district has reached out to the public via social media and added a link to its webpage regarding the transition process. Updates and resources regarding the transition process as well as draft maps are posted on the district website. The district is now required to conduct a minimum of 2 public hearings on the trustee area map plan scenarios prepared by its demographer before the board may select the final plan. Tonight is the second such public hearing. Recommended motion, administration recommends that the board conduct a public hearing regarding the trustee area map plans. Okay. Ready to go? Anybody have anything to say? This is a public hearing.
I just want to say I'd love to hear from Angela.
Earlier, so,
Exactly, way to go, get up.
yeah, I'm on vacation, kind of. For the record, hi, I'm Angela Higgins, president of Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association. And the email I sent earlier with the map attached, like I said, I took scenario 7 down that way, and I tweaked it so that there should be a smaller variance, so that I think, from what I know about the density of populations in certain areas, the variance should be more, there should be less. And then it also allows all 5 board members to be in individual areas without it looking like we're trying to make it so that all 5 board members are in individual areas. I also took into account the demographer's maps and predictions of where areas are going to be, so I think it allows for that kind of growth without having to make huge adjustments in the future, so.
So I was only able to look at it on my handheld, but my number one question was, is there at least one school in each trustee area, and does one have 3, or
One, I think it was this area, trustee area 1 could have 3, but Mays was right on the border. So it could, that could have fallen into area, I think it's 4. I think they're all the same order. So that could fall into area 4 easily enough. Or it could have been, or area 2, I believe. So, yeah.
and then this is connected, it's more for Diego. Diego, did we map out in any of these scenarios? I mean, we know where the schools are, but where are, the one thing that you would hit home with us is the migration of our students within our district from one end to the other. Do we know where our population is so that maybe somebody does have 3 schools, but their population, the student population is more or less equal? I mean, or is that too far of a stretch?
No, we do have it. It's actually in our demographer report. That's in one of the other items for tonight. And I was talking to the microphone, but our mics are not working tonight, so I apologize for that. I'm gonna try to speak loudly. We have the lowest percentage of students moving from one school to another is 33%. The highest is 58%. So if you take the Gavilan Hills attendance area or school area, 58% of those students are not attending Gathering Place. If you take the Sunny Slope attendance area, 48% of those students are not attending Sunny Slope, but they're backfilled by kids from every other school in the district. So to a certain extent, there is a bit of an argument against basing areas on schools because of the very high percentage of transfers across schools. I think there's still certainly a sentiment that certain schools fit into certain communities. So I think that sentiment is still there, but there definitely is a big percentage of those that cut across.
And I think as far as the board is concerned, the board represents all of the schools.
Right.
It's more of, making sure it doesn't look like gerrymandering is going on.
Right.
That it's the population is evenly dispersed, and that it allows for easy transitions as we grow. That was the idea. And as far as your question for, I believe every area had a school, yes. Every area had at least one school. The
Yeah,
only
on the
one
website.
was Area 5, which is going to be Rancho Santana. So,
I did want to share that at the November 6th community input session, we had representatives from LULAC present at that meeting. And LULAC asked to pass along, the representatives in attendance to pass along the feedback, specifically stating that their public comment to this hearing would be to have maps 3 and 4 as preferred options and map 6 as a somewhat acceptable option, but not preferred. And so at the time, those who were in attendance at those public input sessions heard some of the rationale, and it was essentially they received feedback from legal counsel affiliated with LULAC that did an analysis of the percentages and populations and determined that maps 3 and 4 were preferred and that map 6 was acceptable. But that said, this is a public hearing, so we want to take comment from anyone in the public, including members of the board who at this time are also free to make comment regarding the trusted area.
You can sit down, unless you want to stand.
I'm on vacation.
That's all right, you are. But you're not retired yet.
Why do you give me a nice people have for lemon juice in it?
Well, I would, for me, I think that number 6 is the best scenario. Because first off, it has the lowest variance at 0.75%. So to me, that seems like it's gonna be equally balanced. And we, just the way it's worked out, each board member has their own district, so we don't have to worry about anything with elections and, any of that nonsense. And I just think it's the fairest one, because I look at the variance as, to me, is the most important part. And this is the best variance that we can get, so that's why I will be voting for number 6.
Can one of you just, for my sake and maybe anybody else's, explain the variance as basic as possible?
Well, the way that I understood the variance is that we are looking at parity in regards to the population. And see where it down, when we look here, and it goes down to population variances. So we're looking at the different ethnicities, and like in number 6, the variance according to population is 0.75%. The higher you go, the larger the span is between variances and cultures. So the closer we are in regards to culture. So that's how I looked at it. Ethnicity, well, they use the word culture here too, yeah? So, that's how I looked at it.
Well, I pretty much looked at it the same way for 6. I had 2 criteria. One, that the variant, I looked for the best variance, and you're right, 6 has the best variance, from what I've seen. I also like 6 because, again, we have a different board member in each section. I do want to emphasize the fact, though, I don't care what section you're elected into or you represent, once you're here, you represent the entire district.
That's
You're
right.
not just saying, oh, I can only vote for what's good for this, blah, blah, blah. You represent the whole district, and that should be taken into consideration.
I mean, I can't argue with that, because I think I would be the same way, but look, we have to be very clear and honest about
Yeah.
And LULAC, you know, that they're, you know, what their agenda is they want to make sure that their constituents have a voice on this board, right? And that's why they want to do this, and I don't have any issue with that. I would love to hear from them if they're not here as to why they, why 3 and 4 is their preference. I mean, Diego, did they give any clue at all, or?
They did, and they, you know, I think when they presented me with a letter, and the letter essentially states that what their concern is that this decision acknowledge and recognize communities of interest, and that this decision comply with the California Voter Rights Act. So I won't speak for them, but they have been here at our meetings at each one. They were definitely present and vocal and spoke to the issue of representation. I think that, beyond anything else, was a primary concern for them. When they presented those options to us at the community input sessions, they were primarily focused on the idea of identifying and supporting communities of interest. And I would leave it to them to explain, you know, what they meant by that.
I think I wanna say that, to your statement of, yes, we're elected and we're supposed to represent the entire community. And I just want us to be honest about historically, this Hollister School District has not represented the entire community, specifically the west side where there are Chicano, Latino predominant families. Now it's changing demographically with all the housing, right? But still, and I think that that's one of the reasons why we need to move to trustee areas, why I think we're doing it is to be more, you know, looking at equity and I think the individuals on this board, we've tried to be very mindful of the whole district, right? But historically, that has not happened, right? And that could happen again. So this kind of helps put these, put members in place, representatives that will have the different neighborhoods, you know, and so that the community can say, oh, look, you know, only because I see Elizabeth and Steve's name, oh, that's who I contact. Versus, do I contact all 5? Which I can, anybody, and people do. But like this, they hold their representative accountable.
Like you would a city council.
Exactly, right. So I think it's a good thing. I think we're making history. I'm really excited about this. I think those high school students that are here remember this day. You're like, yeah, but it's a very important thing that we represent everyone in the community.
Well, one of the things that number 6 does, it does have Calaveras in one section and R.O. Hardin is in a different section, so they will have 2 voices.
Right. saw that.
which is something that I know, many had spoke about, that they wanted to make sure that there were two voices.
Right. That's a plus.
Yeah,
And this is, number 6 is the one where we all,
And even Lula
State.
said it was acceptable.
right, it wasn't their favorite, it was
wasn't
their
their
it was their number 3. It was the politically compliant.
Yeah, I can see why, they would like 3 compared to 6, because if, let's just say that their communities of interest are Hispanic Latino. So if you look at trustee area 1, and you look at the citizen voting age population, it's 75% Latino in scenario 4, this is trustee area 1, and only 62% in scenario 6. Then you go to trustee area 2, and, well, it's the other way.
They said 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
It was 3.
Yeah, well, they're gonna be about the same, but trustee, in scenario 6, trustee area 2 is 10 points higher or 9 points higher. Trustee area 3, in scenario 4, it's 37.4, so versus 55.1. Never mind, I have a preference for scenario 6, but that's why not having their logic here, because
What's your why is your preference 6?
so what I'm looking at is the percent, because I want to meet LULAC's needs, right? So I'm looking at under each trustee area 1, I'm looking at the citizen voting age population, CVAP. So that's the key, I think that would be the key for them. They want more Hispanics in each trustee area. So in 4, it's 75 in scenario 4 versus 62.04. In trustee area 2,
That's
It's
not one
60.
that they recommend.
yeah, it's in trustee area 2, it's 62% for scenario 4 versus 70%. So again, scenario 6 wins again. In trustee area 3, it's 37.43% Hispanic, 55.1%, so scenario 6 wins. In trustee area 4, 56 versus 44, so scenario 4 wins. And then trustee area 5, it's 40% versus 37, so only 3% difference, but the scenario 4 wins. But I have to tell you, I'm not against 6, just based on what the variances are there, but it's not in every single district, so it might average out to be the same.
So do we have any more input from the audience? If not, we'll go ahead and start.
Well, what you would do is, seeing no further comment, you can close the public hearing.
No further comment, closing the public hearing.
Erica, you would just record the time that we close the public hearing. And then at this time, you would open to any of your colleagues on the board to make a recommendation regarding adopting the minutes.
Okay, that's what we're headed. Anybody make a recommendation?
I'm gonna make a motion that we accept, scenario 6.
I would need a second.
Second.
So now can we discuss it? Are you sure we're taking a vote now and not?
Positive.
Okay.
Finish the hearing.
It said voting on final blah, blah, blah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
So do you want more discussion on?
Nope.
Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 4-0. Record that. Thank you.
Yay!
And history has been made. Okay. Next on the agenda, the Hollister School District will provide an update regarding the progress made towards construction of Rancho Santana School. There will be a summary of activities for the 30 prior days and a brief description of planned work. September 2019 projects, exterior perimeter fencing, naturally occurring asbestos, training, storm water pollution prevention plan, and borough that's our owls, I assume, excavation. Recommended motion, board to hear a report on progress made at Rancho Santana School. I assume you're doing this. No, Aaron's doing it.
I am doing this, yes.
Got it.
Good evening. Good evening, Board President Kane,
Good evening.
members of the board, Superintendent Ochoa. So I'm here to provide a report on our Rancho Santana school site, give you the update here. It's gonna be a little bit different than what we saw at the groundbreaking ceremony, but nevertheless, I'll give you an update as to what's happening in the next 2 to 4 weeks. But I'll go through what happened since our last board meeting up until now. So if we look at the slides here, you're looking at earthwork, site work. We did the generation of clean fill for the cap. We saw that large mountain at the southeast end of the site, which is now completely gone. So you see all the heavy equipment that's been out there. Most of that equipment has been demobilized off of the site. It is a no import, no export site, so there has been no dirt that has been brought onto the site or taken off of the site. So that's what's taken place. Over here we have the over-X of the pads and the footings. We did the cutting for clean fill. That was that stockpile. That stockpile was clean fill to put on the cap, which was the demarcation fabric that went down, which I'll get to. Here we have the installa of the NOAA cap demarcation, which again is that, excuse me, that fabric that went down, that orange fabric, and then the clean fill cap went 3 feet above that. So all the NOAA material is below that. And then we had clean fill cap that went 3 feet above that, on top of that. Demarcation install continued. So that's basically where each one of the pads, building B, C, D, and E, are located. So there was quite a bit of it. We replaced the 3-foot clean fill cap. You see the big backhoe there, excavator piling it on, and you see the heavy equipment paddle scrapers on the right side there, as well as the dozers that are pushing it all into place. So quite a process, and we had weather that was cooperating with us, so we were able to get it all done without it being too wet. Finish pads and the place of the structural fill is what's taking place here. We had a continuous monitoring of all of the soils engineer on site, geotech on site as well, so that's been a constant process, and we've gotten nothing but great results from them, as well as our biologist that's on site that comes out periodically now. They were coming out probably 2 to 3 times a week. Now they're kind of relaxing some of their requirements and coming out once a week, which is good for us. Finish pads and placement of the fill continues here. So you see the large dozer pushing all that clean cap material there, and then the finished grading took place shortly after that. Site management, security, and materials have been delivered there. So you see the straw wattle, which is the BMP's best management product, best management placement. So they do the straw wattles for stormwater, pollution prevention. They did all the security fencing, which made us able to bring materials on site and not to have it tampered with or anybody from the outside coming in or any materials from the inside leaving it. That's a good thing there. Survey and site staking is what took place just prior to our groundbreaking ceremony last Thursday. Layout of foundations, and we are currently, as we were all able to see again at the groundbreaking ceremony, we saw that there was trenching, and we did actually put fire riser material as well as all of our underground utilities installed there. So right now, just kind of where we're at this point is we have done all the fencing. So if you go out there and you drive by today, you'll see perimeter fencing around the whole site, which is great. Yes, you see perimeter fencing, which is very important for site safety and security. All the site logistics, mobilization of the job trailer and the storage containers, including garbage dumpsters, is complete, which is fantastic now that we've gotten some wet weather. So we're able to get all of that on site so we can continue with our construction process. We are in the process of now, while we've trenched for utilities underground as mentioned, our fire risers, we've done winterization of each one of the trenches. So that means that we were able to put actually a barrier down before the utilities go down, because we don't want those trenches to get too moist, too wet. Otherwise, we'd have to wait for them to dry out. At this point now, we don't have to do that because there was a decision that was made collectively on site to do actually winterization of each one of those trenches. So we're actually able to move forward even though it's raining. So I will have crews on site tomorrow, even though it's raining today and most likely tomorrow. So, which is really great. They'll be able to work again coming on Monday. So back from the holiday, we're gonna have crews on site still working Monday and the rest of the week. So it's a big deal in the construction world. So we are going to pour the controlled density fill. It's basically a self-compacting cementous material that's gonna go down into those trenches. That's gonna keep them in place. So that's the next part of the process here in the construction. So we are moving forward still at a very quick pace, very efficiently, and we're getting work done out there. Again, knowing that there was weather that was coming our way, we took all the proper measures, so.
You're back on pace for fall of 2021?
That's the idea, yes, sir. August 2021, that's the goal.
Well, it sounds like you're working with some people that are easy to work with.
They are. It takes some oversight, management, and communication, but yes, everybody is working quite well together. Our subs are actually piled on top of each other, but it was it was in an effort to try and beat some weather here with all the earthwork and all the ground work and the trenching. So we were able to basically beat the weather. That's where we are now.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
How are we getting along with our neighbors out there?
I have not heard any complaints. I have not gotten anything from any of our neighbors. I'm sure Jan would probably hear
Yeah, it's
before I
been
would.
quiet on their Facebook page, they haven't complained.
I know that one of our site contractors said that there were some individuals that were kind of wandering around down onto the site. So, that was prior to us putting all the fencing up after the groundbreaking ceremony, but probably some.
I think there should be some more no trespassing signs, that would be wise.
Yes.
That would, I think, be very important. There were some boys, when we had the big mound, that were playing, someone reported that, and I did pipe in that, construction sites are not places that children should be playing at.
They didn't have a hard time.
They didn't have the training.
Yeah, we can do that. We can do
Yeah, I
that.
think
There's.
a lot more signs should be put up about
Sure.
that.
Excellent. Thank you. Any other questions?
No, doing a good job.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, moving on. A report on solar power purchase agreement, Gabe.
This is where Rob should have been on the board, but this one was.
Let me see if I have my notes from
You know
when they did
solar
it.
power?
I know this, I knew this deal years ago when Jack back before was the.
And Prince was the superintendent. Or
Good
stuff.
evening, board.
Hi.
Superintendent Ochoa. So I've had a lot of questions about the solar panels and our purchase agreement we have with solar power. So I thought I'd give you guys a presentation, just kind of give you a little background information and a little information on exactly what it is and how it works and what it has or has not done for the district. So the way a power purchase agreement works is that it's just that. It's an agreement to purchase the power. So we don't actually own the panels. The only thing we do is purchase the power that the panels create. So what happens is a company comes in, creates a small company, a little LLC, and they contribute money to it. They buy the panels, the infrastructure, put the panels in. We then pay to purchase that power from them. And they, just rent the little piece of land that the panels are sitting on. And then they recoup their investment through us purchasing the power per kilowatt hour from those solar panels. So this company came in It was, I believe, 2009 or 2010. This was actually done according to California state law. There was a presentation that came up saying, hey, don't go out to bid for this. It's bad if you go to bid for solar. Just trust us and go with us. There was a whole report that was done by a consultant saying, hey, this is how much money we think you're going to save over the course of this 20 to 30 year agreement with the solar panels. They did this whole analysis. We then actually had someone come and do an analysis of their analysis to see where it was. The person was critical about certain important points that the vendor's analysis was trying to make. Basically saying that they were somewhat skeptical of the conclusions they made of how much money it could save us. However, at the time, the district had decided to go ahead with it. There was a big kind of worry and panic out there about rising energy costs and what it could mean for the district. So it was sort of one of those gambles where if energy costs rise, the district would see savings. If they didn't, then we would end up paying a lot. So, USB Solar Master Tenant 2010 LLC, that's kind of the entity that owns the panels, and that entity, for I guess all intents and purposes, is kind of bought and sold like stock, right? It's a little investment company, and ownership shares like stock just sold. So currently, it was just purchased by a company called Generate Capital based out of San Francisco. They are the ones who now own that LLC that we're paying for all the solar energy. They haven't owned it very long. There were some concerns. We had some of their vendors actually calling us saying, hey, we haven't been paid for work we've done, what's going on? I've tried to reach out to no avail, and I'll continue to do that. So, as it is now, we do have a term for 20 years, so that's the minimum. So, with that, there are 2 5-year extensions on it. What that means is, if we choose, we can just cut it off in 20 years and be done with it. The 5-year extensions are automatic, so we have to give them at least 180 days notice. That definitely, will be on our radar to make sure that, hey, if for some odd reason we see this huge spike in energy, maybe we will keep it. But if we don't, we'll make sure that we say, in 180 days, come and take your stuff. So, it started out per kilowatt hour 23 cents in 2010. In 2039, it'll be 47 cents per kilowatt hour currently. It's a little over 29 and a half. There were the actual completion, so when the project was completed was in about 2011. And in 15 years, we have the option to purchase the panels at about a little over 20% of the cost of installation. So that would be just under $2 million to do that. Something to look at when that point comes, but at this point, I don't see.
Do you know what we'd be paying in kilowatt hours if we were still with, say, PG&E?
Yeah.
So it gets convoluted. Here's why.
Are we saving money?
No.
We're
So,
not saving money.
No, because see what the whole premise of this was that it's a 3-tier system for PG&E, right? So you have your off time, your kind of shoulder time, and then your peak. The peak is very high. It's very expensive, right? So the idea was, hey, these solar panels will just create so much electricity during that peak time that it'll start selling it back to them, because when they buy it back from us at peak time, they pay us peak rate. Well, we sell a little bit. The problem is that price per kilowatt hour is higher than, even the shoulder time. So there's, very little time that we're actually returning anything or saving any money. So that's kind of why it's difficult without, we can do, we'd have to hire someone to come in and do a complete analysis of what's being used at what time of day to see exactly how much. Now, at a minimum, when I calculated it about 2.5 years ago, it was about $50,000 a year at minimum that we're paying more than we would be just going with PG&E. And that was a more simplified calculation that really can only get to the minimum that you're losing to get to like the full amount
So
that
maybe
you're
more.
paying. Yeah, and you'll see that a little bit in a second. So here's our electricity costs.
Didn't you just say earlier that, I know because I have solar panels, I know if you don't maintain them and keep them clean, they lose efficiency. Were you just saying that they aren't doing a good job of coming out and maintaining them and keeping them clean?
Weren't until a few months, once Generate Capital bought it, the next thing you know, they come out, they've cleaned everything, they have replaced a whole lot of solar panels.
Okay, under new management.
Right, but the problem is, the more they produce, the more we pay them, and the more we pay them, we're paying them more than we'd be paying, so it's like.
That's why they came out and did that.
Of course, yeah, because the more they produce, the more money they get.
By the way, I just checked, average price of kilowatt hour is in California is 16.7 cents per kilowatt hour.
Well, I just looked in the Mercury News, in August 26, 2019, the utilities average rate is 20.06 cents per kilowatt hour. As compared with an average statewide of 16.06, but in our area, it's 20.06.
So,
Still less.
as you can see,
We're still losing.
Oh,
money.
yeah.
Yeah.
We're still losing money.
Right,
right, and this unfortunately really illustrates that,
you
so
don't.
if you take a look, you see it on the graph, but if you look at the chart, on the spreadsheet on the left, fiscal years 04 through 2010, you're looking, or through 2011, which is the 10-11 school year, you're looking at, usually about the average of maybe upper mid, 400,000s a year for our energy bill. So middle of the 2012 fiscal year is when they were put in, you see a $100,000 increase, and then by 2013 fiscal year, they were fully in the whole year. It is $220,000 more between those years in just a 2-year change, and if you look at the average of the years going down, 2013 through 2019, you can see that there's a huge difference, a huge increase, and that's not really commensurate with the increase in rates you'd see in PG&E. So
What are we doing for Rancho Santana?
not so
this. Not this.
Not this, no. So, if
How do we
if
get
we
out
had
of this?
enough, so that's the challenge.
15 years, isn't it? 15 years?
15 years before we can buy it out for almost $2
So
million.
there are 2 automatic 5-year extensions
I mean,
unless
how
the
would we
district
cancel the
notifies.
contract?
So at
And
that,
say, come and get your stuff, we don't want you.
so that's a 20-year, so
That's a
if we give
20.
them 180 days notice, at least 180 days notice before the end of the 20-year term,
Like
we
right
just
now?
say, technically we could just say,
Not working out.
we're done at the 20th anniversary, we're no longer purchasing your power. And they have to come get it unless they wanna work out something with us to keep them. And as long as we're not paying them per kilowatt hour, if they wanna, sell us for example, say we pay them, you know, a few hundred a year, it's gonna cost them money to come get all their stuff out of here. So just say, hey, instead of paying all that, we'll give you a little bit of money just to keep them where they are, and then that would be a big savings to the district. But that's, you know, 12 years from now. So, yeah, so
Why did they enter into 20-year?
Because that's how,
that's how
It's their business.
that's how they made money.
that's all part of the deal.
You know, going through the contracts, the initial contract actually is pretty good out language. However, in order to get financing, I think about a year and a half later, we had to go back, or the district went back and changed a lot of that language in order for the bank to finance the project, and just basically got rid of any chance we had to get out of it. So, at this point, you know, exercise the purchase option at 15 years is one thing. Refinance, the only thing you can do with that, and the city did it, is enter in another PPA with another company that's willing to buy them out and charge less per kilowatt hour, just because solar panels are so much cheaper now. And then we can terminate at the end of the 20-year term. There's another thing that we thought of after this presentation had been completed, and that's we could it may be worth getting a consultant in the industry to come out and say, okay, here's what we have, how can we utilize this the best to save as much money as possible, like what can we do here? And if we can find a consultant who wouldn't charge an arm and leg to kind of do that sort of analysis, it might be worthwhile giving that a listen.
Yeah, definitely.
Could
Man,
you do
sense
us,
more.
to me at least, a favor and write our options down so that I could evaluate possibilities? It's kind of hard for me to remember everything you've talked about.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
Because we need to do something before 20 years is over. I'd just like to know what our options, the clear options are.
Yeah,
Yeah, what is it, is there anything in the contract that says, I don't know.
Well, Gabe
If-
said,
yeah, and
I
I
don't
even
know
sent
that
it
there is.
to our outside counsel, to Luzon, and they're like, you're kind of stuck. So,
These contracts are pretty
okay,
ironclad.
They made sure they did a good job of that part. So I'll get something together for all of you, just saying, here are our options. I think it might be worthwhile getting someone to come out just to have a look at it. They might be able to give us more options. I mean, at this point, we're spending so much on this, it's, it might be worth
I don't wanna spend more on it.
No, I mean.
It almost doesn't behoove you to be efficient with energy if you did it a long time ago. If you waited until now, it'd be much better, because everything's so much cheaper.
Yeah. Yep.
Thank you.
thank you for doing all the work, we
Yeah,
really
yeah.
appreciate it, I appreciate it. We have a better understanding of what we're
Yes.
looking at.
It's a
Yeah.
Okay.
It's an understanding.
Thank you, Gabe.
Absolutely.
The board will hear an update on the district special ed programs and compliance. Are you doing that?
Did we jump over the superintendent's report?
Oh, I did, I'm sorry. I
Then we
yes,
just have to
let's go
skip
ahead.
it.
Okay, we'll go to that next.
Superintendent's report.
Thank you.
So I have an update for the school board on a couple of items. First is academic achievement, specifically making visitations to school sites. Over the last 2 months, I visited every school site in the district and conducted a total of 18 visits beginning October 1st. And in advance of those visitations, I sent emails to our school principals and met with school principals to express, for me, the importance of having fidelity to the curriculum. The district spends a considerable amount of money each year to put high-quality curriculum in the hands of teachers and students. And our benchmark advanced curriculum is now going into year 3 and year 4 of implementation. And Eureka Math, which is a pilot this year that we have put in about 80% of classrooms, they're both extremely high-quality programs. And so that was one of the sort of overarching areas of focus for me, was to see high-quality curriculum implementation. The other was to ask principals to think about what kind of language they see kids using in class. How often students are asked to talk to one another in class. What kind of questioning strategies teachers are using with students in class. And then the last is rigor. Making sure that what we are teaching is at grade level, is challenging to kids, is motivating to kids. And as I went through the visitations, and they were in no particular order and they were at every site, I was just floored by the quality of teachers that we have in the district. We have absolutely wonderful teachers in the school district. And at each school, I came away with a list of just celebrations. And then with the school principal, we identified at each school 1 or 2 areas that principal could focus on in helping the teachers at the school improve. One example I would give is we visited 8th grade Eureka Math at Calaveras School. So this is a very, very challenging curriculum. The kind that would give you all a headache trying to learn it the way the kids are learning it. Actually, everyone in attendance might get a headache with that kind of, some of you high schoolers, yeah.
I get it every day.
And so what the kids were doing on this particular day is the kids were finishing up an exam, a mid-unit exam that is to a certain extent like a check to see if kids are getting the basic concept. And there was an example of a question that came through where the student was being asked to take a diagram of a shape that was in the shape of a rectangle on a grid and being asked to rotate it over the x-axis. And the way the question was asked was peculiar to the kids, so almost nobody did it properly. Only 1 out of the 28 kids in the class did it properly. So the principal and I talked about how great it would be as a teaching point to take that one question and say the next day, I'm just gonna phrase it just a little bit differently and show you what happens if I phrase it this way, and how many of the kids
Got it the second time.
wouldn't be confused. I mean, because the kids weren't even attempting it. They were sort of like, I don't understand what I'm being asked to do. When it was reposed to the kids, it was, a big aha. So why that interaction between the teacher and the principal is so important is because the focus of what we're trying to do in classrooms with principals is not to have a checklist of things that we want to see in every room, but rather to go into the classroom and ask, what are kids learning? How can I, as the principal, help the teachers see what could help more kids get this lesson, what could help more kids learn this content? So it was a really great experience. I'm making a second round through all the schools starting next Monday. And then each day I spend between 2 or 4 hours a day at different schools, often one right after the other. So I'll spend a couple of hours at one school and then move on to the next school for the last
For
couple
the
of hours.
second day.
It worked.
Okay, how many did you count?
I couldn't tell you, but it was,
See, you're
it was a
talking to
big
teachers here,
aha, I
that's
know.
important to me.
But let me tell you the other thing that I came across. So this year, we asked the teachers and principals to develop site plans that worked for them in terms of assessing learning and in terms of pacing learning. So we gave principals and their teacher teams more authority to decide to spend a little bit more time on one thing or a little bit less time on another. So on one particular day, I went to 3 schools. I spent the whole day at schools, 3 different elementary schools. And I specifically went to the same grade level at 3 different schools. And I saw the exact same content being taught by 3 different teachers at 3 different schools, because I think there's a certain element of readiness and pacing that happens when you know your unit is moving. And they didn't have to be told that they had to be there, but they all got there.
It was just a natural transition.
But it ended up facilitating more independence among that team and that school, to make sure that when they felt from a teaching perspective that one thing required more time, they had the time to do so. They didn't feel that there was some other exam gonna come the next day that they needed to drop this topic in order to basically jump through hoops for the next
To keep up with the plan.
And it was a really great thing to see, so.
When you do your visits, do you see students that are not working?
At our elementary schools, that's extremely rare. I would have a hard time pinpointing any class where I saw students disengaged in our elementary schools. At our middle schools, it's more common to see a class full of kids doing an activity and a percentage of the students opting out. So they tend not to disrupt or interfere, but they might not follow along with the reading. They might have the paper in front of them, have the pencil in their hand, have the lesson coming down, but not be doing the activity, and need prompting to get to work in a way that just doesn't happen at elementary schools.
I'd like you to really watch that as you go through.
That's always been a problem at middle
Because
school,
I
total
just,
engagement,
to me, as someone who worked in middle school for so many years, I have a hard time believing that just because they come to 6th grade, they stop working. I have a hard time with that, and I think it's a learned behavior. And I think that sometimes there have been times where they've been allowed to skate. And their skill sets, when they come into 6th grade, they can't multiply and their reading levels are extremely low. So their skill sets have been so low, which makes me think that, and I know that we're really changing things, and I know the teachers are just really, doing great things, and I hope that that's of days gone by. I really do, but I think that's something that I'd like to see us really focused on.
Definitely.
Because, I love what I'm hearing here, but then I have the reality of the test scores, and then I have the reality of behavior, the school climate, not that we're creating, but the kids are creating for themselves. We have issues there, and that's where I'm having a hard time squaring all of this, because as Jan was alluding to, are the kids engaged? I'm sure at the elementary schools they are. Ever since I've been on this board, I go and visit the schools, and I am typically I've been impressed every single time. Our teachers are loving, caring, and professional. Visiting them, though, seems to be different than the reality of where we are with the test scores and the phone calls and emails we get sometimes. So, can you square that all for me here?
I think particularly at our middle schools, the challenge is greater. I think the job is more about connecting the teacher preparation and the teacher professional learning with the student engagement. Because when you have an environment where you have the same teacher with the same 24 students, you have an ability to develop a classroom culture that carries you through. It carries you through everything, lineup, recess,
Right.
lunch. When you have a child going to 7 different environments before school, first period, break,
Yeah, with the
It's a
57
different-
minutes, yeah.
it's a different,
You have to be able to engage them in that 57 minutes.
And different kids, right?
and our results academically at our elementary schools, I'm very pleased with, and I'm very
Right.
excited about
Oh, I think we're,
the evidence of growth. And then even at our middle schools, over time,
mhm,
the evidence of growth
Absolutely.
over time is also there. What I would connect from a behavioral standpoint at both middle schools is addressing a challenge that I plan to bring to the school board in the spring, which is addressing the culture of not doing my academic part, of addressing the fact that middle schoolers have multiple classes with multiple Fs, with multiple missing assignments, and being able to wrap that together and say to the child, you're with me in tutoring every day. So, so that the student engagement part becomes a lesser concern, and it's more about the academic rigor and the academic instruction that's happening. Right now, we don't have a system in place to do that at either middle school, but we're working on a plan for both middle schools to put that in place.
right.
And then I would like to add, or like to see that the parents also get looped in early on about, hey, did you know, we're already in November. Does this parent know that this child has all Fs and, and how, and even if they are a working parent, like, is there something I can do, on the weekend, or can I support that after school? So I think if we can somehow, and if they're a Spanish-speaking parent, is there a workshop, so just,
Carla, again, speaking of the middle schools, we worked for quite a long time. And what I found to be the most effective, we stopped doing about, how many years ago now?
Oh, the team,
The team teaching.
yeah.
When you have your 4 main academic subjects, history, language, science, and math, all those students are shared by those 4 teachers during the day. Those 4 teachers have the same prep period. It's so much easier to keep track of the very thing you're talking about. When if you have a parent meeting, it's just not you and it's all 4 teachers.
Right.
It's an administrator.
It's easier for the parent
Yeah,
too.
and they can relate to this, and it makes their son or daughter feel much more, for them, more important.
Yeah.
This many people are concerned, instead of getting a phone call at the end of the day, hey, your kid's flunking.
right,
That's not, to me, we need to get back to that, because that shows a caring and an understanding of the staff. And you won't have a parent saying, you're a terrible teacher, he only has trouble with you.
right.
These meetings are so much more effective and they're so much more productive.
It's a great idea.
I mean, we were talking about, somebody told me the other day, what was it, there was like 100 kids that had more than 1 F?
Yeah, it's
I can
ridiculous.
remember going a whole year and not having more than 3 or 4 students like that.
Yeah.
That's how things have changed. And we need to get back to that kind of atmosphere. That's an academic atmosphere. And there's less one-on-one stuff here.
Sorry, I interrupted.
It's okay.
No, what hangs with me is when you and I were talking before you were hired, I just remember you were saying how behavioral issues are, exacerbated or larger or come out when students' academic needs are not being met. And that's where I'm gonna get to, I'm sure later on in here, is all these programs that we're funding, are we getting to the kids that need the most hope? Because we'll always STEM, with parents who are college educated, mom and dad are in the home and stuff, STEM will be great, but we gotta get them reading at grade level and doing math
I have some promising news for you all. But let me take you first to proposed middle school STEM.
Look at Diego being Mr. Audiovisual.
He's kind of tech savvy. He's a teacher.
Well, here's where it fails me, folks.
Lion.
My audio's not working, but I'm gonna talk you through it.
For a boy or a girl, a good student or struggling, 8th grade can be a really tough year.
You all know exactly what you're supposed to be doing.
But not in Kendra Liggett's classroom,
They like being in here.
where students are actually having fun.
I hear about all the time naughty kids in other classes, and I'm like, oh, they're in my class and they're doing great.
The class at Walker Middle School in Salem is called Careers. It's designed by STEM-centered education company Paxton Patterson. There are 17 modules where students get to explore everything from structural engineering to nursing.
You want to make sure you don't go all the way through, so go very gently. Go ahead.
It's a cool class that allows kids to do grown-up things like draw blood, bend light, or bake cookies. But students say they love it because of Mrs. Liggett.
Like there's some teachers that they have a really good class because they are stern with their students, and then there's teachers that have a good class because the students want to listen to the teacher. And she's just that kind of teacher. That could be you guys one day.
Liggett was a math teacher. Now she's doing this full-time, and her boss says it's a perfect fit.
She's just so incredible with kids and super organized, and I think that's what it takes in a classroom that has so many moving parts.
One of the gears is off.
Liggett describes the class as everything that's right about education today. An experience that engages all students, not just those who rise to the top.
We want to hook them because we often lose kids at high school, and so we want to get them in there so that they're willing to finish their education and keep going and pursuing.
When this leader in learning looks around, she sees sparks of inspiration in future EMTs, forensic scientists, and designers.
So the reason to show you that example is that
By the way, great job.
a couple of months ago, I took the two principals of our middle schools to Rancho San Juan High School in Salinas. And this high school has a course that's designed with this program in mind. The difference between this program and a typical STEM program is that a very common path that is taken with STEM programs is you end up narrowing your focus into something like robotics or something like coding or something like engineering. And the field of STEM is vast. There are 100 different careers that you can pursue. So when you narrow into just one, like robotics, it becomes very dependent on having a teacher that has a tremendous skill set with robotics. So when you find one, it's the best of both worlds. But it's often designed to take students to a highly competitive, outside of the school day type of scenario. So you end up with a small number of kids who are investing a great deal of time into this program. When we visited Rancho San Juan High School for the grand opening of their lab, we walked into a classroom to observe a teacher who is definitely on the young side. He definitely made us all feel old. Very new to the profession. And a classroom that was in some respects maybe a little bit smaller than this room, but not much to it, sort of just a cement floor. And then in 8 different areas of the classroom, little desks like you saw in the video. And each desk had a different STEM activity taking place. So at one desk, there was a group of kids who were taking different types of metal, copper, aluminum, steel, and putting them into what looked like a pie mold, like in the shape of a corn cob, and they would put the piece of metal in. One of the students was mixing cement, and then they were pouring it in to see the strength of the cement with that metal reinforcement. And then there was a machine that applied compaction at different pounds per square inch. And then they were doing research on what type of metal would cause the cement to be reinforced and be strong. At another table, there was a group of kids who were using a physical table, kind of like this dais, and designing the footprint of a home, but using physical models to design the footprint of a home. And each area was a different lesson that was put together with this company's curriculum in mind, that was highly focused on students working in teams of 3 or 4 to accomplish the task that was associated with that lab. After 3 weeks, you move to the next lab. You never spend more time than 3 weeks in one lab, and you never have the teacher teach a class-wide lesson on any one of the 8 areas. So it's very.
What does the teacher
engaging.
do? Go to each one of the.
Facilitate.
Just be a facilitator.
The teacher becomes
Classic group
a
learning.
classic STEM group learning facilitator. The principals came back excited. Our 2 middle schools need a course to get kids excited and to get high achievers pumped up about school. So afterward, I asked the principals to arrange to take a group from their school. So far, Mays put it together. So the principal at Mays took her counselor and 3 teachers with her to a middle school called Los Arboles Middle School. And that middle school is in Marina, and that middle school is using the same program. So we wanted to see a middle school implementing, because we had seen the high school. So they went to the middle school and came back even more pumped up with more ideas. And then the startup cost for this program, if we were to implement it at either school, would be $60,000 for the supplies and materials to begin the program. Mays is in a position to already have that funding set up to implement it as soon as they're ready to do so. They received funding last year through comprehensive school improvement funds. And one of the ways that you're able to use those monies is to do things that are related to math and technology and science. So this is a perfect way for them to be able to implement those funds.
They have the teacher to do that.
Well, that's the interesting thing. We would want to work with our labor partner, obviously, but this doesn't require a science credential per se because it's an elective course. And it's designed so that you heard the teacher in the video. I was a math teacher. Okay. Well, but she had an interest in it, so let's pursue that and let's see where that takes us. The
So you
teacher
don't-
would have to agree to go to a training. There is a 5-day training in the summer to get them acclimated to being a facilitator.
Would it be an elective, like, and they would teach one class all day, so they would
It could be.
target?
You could have multiple teachers attend the training, multiple teachers in that room, like a grade level.
Right.
We're just at the beginning stages of it. But I wanted to share this with the board because on multiple occasions, the board has mentioned from the dais and members of the public have commented to the board that our classrooms need sprucing up. Our classrooms need more facilities, and I wanna ask you to think about this. So Rancho San Juan, if you haven't been there, it's this just incredible, brand new, beautiful high school. The room that they put this classroom in, there isn't much to it. They're not running gas from the wall. They don't have sinks in every station. They're not, it's not gussied up. It's sort of just a big room. And, there's some ventilation in there. But the nice thing about this type of program is that you're not investing in doing, like you saw the kids were cooking in one room. You're not investing in 8 cooking stations. It's one cooking station.
Right.
you're not investing in 8 robotics computers, you're investing in 1.
Yeah.
Because the kids are just cycling through, so
That's
the
great.
cost is greatly reduced. And then the infrastructure is greatly reduced because you don't need to figure out how to put 37 computer drops into a classroom to do robotics. The next step for Maze is that the company that produces this curriculum, produces the professional development, is actually gonna accompany the principal to San Benito High School, because our goal is to introduce the kids to the types of lab STEM activities that will open a door when they go to high school. So even though we visited San Juan and we visited Los Arboles, the real goal is to figure out how to have introductory STEM courses at our middle schools that become a
Feed
direct
into-
That's
feeder
great.
to San Benito High School's beautiful CTE, STEM, AP programs.
A lot of
It's
stuff they would
exciting.
learn,
Yeah.
something like that would help them in their own science and math classes.
Yeah, so
That is exciting.
things in the life sciences are consumer sciences, merchandising, in the health sciences, nursing, you saw they were doing a lab with teaching the kids venipuncture, health science, biomedical, vet medicine, and then alternative energy, which it sounds like our district could have used some help 9 years ago, and then obviously robotics.
That's exciting.
It's exciting, we feel good about it.
When do we vote on this?
You're gonna have to wait just a little bit. Because what I would hope to do is I would hope to wrap this idea up into our LCAP, and I'll kind of open your mind to this idea. So we have these K-8 schools in HDLA, Gavilan Hills, and in AAA, Calaveras. And we know we want facilities there. I would say to the board and to the communities at those schools, let's think about implementing an intro STEM room so that we can have, if you think about it, because this company will do 60 different mini units. We could devise a program where we buy 10 mini units at each one of these campuses, and then every year rotate. So your
Oh,
child
that makes sense.
could have something in 6th grade, something else in 7th grade,
Right.
something else in 8th grade.
That
So
makes
it
sense.
isn't a repetition, it's, and then
Building on.
we put the work in to physically rotate the labs around the district. The curriculum stays with us, the training stays with us, and then it wouldn't necessitate us to have a science classroom, but rather a STEM classroom.
Program. Great program.
So that videotape, what was that from?
That was a television report from
Oh.
Paxton Patterson pertaining to how one
Oh, but not
school-
one of those schools, yeah, okay. So,
And to this point, the principals had visited Rancho San Juan. Then I skipped over one step. They took their assistant principals, both schools, and both assistant principals from both middle schools, went to visit Los Arboles. On that day, I and Kip Ward covered Rancho, and then Joe Rivas and Scott Wilbur covered Maze. And they came back and said, those people are earning their money over there.
They're like working.
We had, well, Kip and I, we felt that from the very beginning, but Joe and Scott were like, man, there was, there's a lot of work to do, right? So, but it gave those teams the opportunity to go see it themselves. And then a third visit was the teachers with the council, with the principal. And now the next step is to have the Paxton Patterson representative come and visit San Benito High School so that when we develop the potential list of mini units, we pick the right ones.
One question, speaking of equity here, how open would this be to, let's say you're at Maze, the students at Maze, 6th, 7th, how open would it be to anybody that wanted to take it? Would you have to qualify to be into this? How would you do that?
Yeah, I think it's a space requirement, just because you're not gonna do this.
How would you decide that?
You're not gonna do this with more than 28. I think you'll have kids who don't wanna take it because they're taking band, and then you won't wanna take it because they're taking wood shop. So I think it becomes one of the options that kids have.
Another elective essentially is what you're saying.
I think so. I think some kids already see themselves and say, I want that advanced PE class, I want that ASB at both schools is a draw, so it's kind of like water seeking its own level.
It gives another option though, that.
Well, what it's really doing is, this is something we've talked about, and that's adding some electives at the school. You know, when you talk about student, especially at middle school, you need to have programs, you need to have electives, they need to have something they really wanna do each day. It makes those other classes much more interesting to them because they understand they have to do well in those if they wanna be in this.
I think it's great.
I think too.
And then I think you go 8-7-6. You go right down the list. You wanna make sure you give your 8th graders a chance to take the class,
Yes.
7th
Here you
graders.
go.
Thank you. My only request, I love this, I think that this keeps us very competitive and, an interesting school district. But, and I'm firmly behind you doing this, but my only request is you do something equivalent for our lowest level kids in the elementary schools. What special can we do for them? Because I know the kids that'll be in there. I mean, I just saw them on the videotape, that's why I asked. I mean, yep, the ones that are headed for college, they're gonna love this and it's gonna be a big draw. I'm still worried about our EL and the kids that are, they're not a grade level, they'll never be able to participate in this because they can't even read the sign that says, don't put your fingers in here, I mean. So.
Well, I think you're.
Get something on the board.
I'm sorry, no, we have a comment.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Just so you know.
Yeah, I think if you wanna invite the comment, if it's regarding this item.
Sure.
Thank you for letting me submitting a late card. I was one of the fortunate teachers from Mays to go and visit Los Arboles. And it was a very fascinating observation for me to make, and we talked with the teacher quite a while afterwards. And the way that she described their program is that every student must take this class. And the class was multi-graded. They were 6th, 7th, and 8th graders in there together. It is an additional class, so their school day goes 7 periods. So they have a regular science class, a regular math class and all that. And then they call theirs a STEAM program, so it includes art. She told us I had questions about some of the lower performing students at schools and special ed, and she said absolutely. She's got EL students in there, she's got students with a variety of learning disabilities. I don't believe their school had severely handicapped students, but she had students who were reading at the 2nd grade reading level, and students who had a lot of trouble paying attention and staying focused. And she had students who, because she got to roam, she got to target those students who were more inclined to be disengaged. I asked one of the students, what happens if somebody in your group doesn't perform, doesn't hold up their end of the bargain? And she says, well, this is a group thing, and so we just have to pick up the slack. But we got to see one group in particular, a 6th grade girl trying to corral 2 8th grade boys in a cooking thing, saying, no, we cannot make fried water. Here are the things that we can make, and she said that was one of the benefits of it. You can see some students who are quieter or maybe less academically capable, but this is an environment that everybody can participate in. And it was nice to see, they had home maintenance. Well, everybody needs to know how to hang a shelf with a level, and the cooking and, everything, each of the units had a real life application. There was a claymation one. Well, they were doing a skit around texting and driving. These are middle schoolers. And so they were getting into, this whole, what their future is, and so it was just really, really fascinating, and I think I really liked the idea that this is something that everybody would take as kind of an intro to life. And it was, they had gone to Paxton, and I believe they said they had 14 out of 24 activities, modules, I think. And it took about 3 weeks for each one. She said it took about 3 weeks at the very beginning of the year to make sure they were ready to use equipment, that they were ready to do independent work. But she took that time of 3 weeks to really make sure that they were going to be ready to do what the modules needed them to do. So, anyway,
Well, thank you. I'm glad you told me that, because I was concerned about the very thing you were just talking about. Because, I could see this for all students, not just necessarily for the.
Well, and they had, it was multi-grade, so you had 6th, 7th, and 8th grade, it's all in one class.
And they had art incorporated.
Yeah, well, so there was, the way that Los Arboles right now is set up is, one semester is the STEM part, the second semester is the art part, and they've decided that that is not going to be the best way to do it. They want it to be a year-long course, because here we are close to the end of the first semester, and the kids are just really getting into the swing of things. And so they've got this one unit and one more module coming up, and then the semester's over.
Yeah.
And so they've decided that next year it will be a year long, so that they can have more opportunity to have that independent, that richer academic experience.
And how are they gonna keep tabs if they do three grade levels at one time? How do you keep tabs on who's had what,
Well,
as a 6th grader versus, and then they're an 8th grader, and
No, they
that could
only
be
take it one time within the 3 years.
I understand that, and I'm saying to you, as an administrator, how do you keep tabs if they're in 8th grade, who did what in 6th grade?
does that, right?
Have they had it or have they not had it?
Right,
I guess our counselor would have done that.
that's kind of an additional.
Scheduling.
Yeah, that would be
Academic
something that we could
computer,
flag, the ones who've already
I'm
had
very
it.
pragmatic, I think
Sounds
of these
great.
things.
Yeah, it does, so.
That was the word I was looking for today.
Earlier today.
Love it.
By the way, I want to amend my comments to Diego. We do have $400,000 invested in Footsteps to Brilliance, which should hopefully have an impact on those kids that.
That's right. Well, that's, I was gonna say, wait till the next page, Ron.
What
Yep.
this recommendation is gonna do, and our principals will bring it to the board, we'll discuss it at our LCAP sessions, is this will bring a realistic, a financially stable idea to allow kids to access rigor, to allow kids to be introduced to something that will excite them about the future of what awaits them at San Benito High School and beyond San Benito High School. So we feel good. Yeah, I like it. So let's talk about academic achievement at Saturday Scholars. The design was something we discussed earlier this year. 5 weekends in September, October, and November. A focus on narrative writing and reading for pleasure with Footsteps of Brilliance. And attendance recovery, we thought at the time somewhere around 450 students would have an absence that they cleared up.
So how much, well, you have here, it was 375 days.
I'll share that with you.
Oh, okay.
Each Saturday had in excess of 300 students in attendance. Spread across the schools. Again, that was limited based on the number of grade levels we chose to provide, so that we would have a good experience for everyone involved, and so that we would have the ability to figure out the number of staff needed at the schools. The curricular focus within a weekend became project-based. So we had a group of teachers that met with us and said, we'd really like to do something that involves the kids working with their hands and talking and using their language and using their reading ability to do projects with one another. And we pivoted after that first weekend, and the results were really positive. Again, attending students was 375 days of absences. And then about halfway through the process, we had a school board meeting, and Rob from the dais asked the question of, are the students who are attending students who we consider to be needing academic support? And when we initially opened the program, we invited second and third graders to attend and didn't per se limit it to only kids who needed reading support. And so when we did the analysis of the 4 schools combined, 61% of the students showed up on our assessments as needing more support in order to be at grade level. So the majority of the kids who initially attended were students who fell into the category of needing more assistance. And then your comments from the dais got me thinking, okay, well, what if I kind of went right at it and said, let me choose a school, and I chose Sunny Slope. And I said, let me meet with the principal and ask for the test scores of my first graders. Specifically, how many of them can recognize all the letter sounds, and how many of them can recognize high frequency words and start to blend letters together and really understand how words are formed and how to read. And you want kids to have a score somewhere at a level approaching 50 by the middle of first grade, end of first grade. And I was concerned about a group of kids who had less than 26 as their score, meaning that they likely had a difficult time naming the sounds and the letters affiliated with each of the letters in the alphabet. And so for me, they were, substantially far behind. I asked the principal, I said, are these kids from your and your teacher's perspectives far behind? Oh yeah, so these are our focus kids, our academic assistance group. So I came back to the district and I specifically contacted the 23 families of the kids who fell into that range. And I asked the office assistant to tell the parents, the superintendent of the district is asking you to take your kids to Saturday Scholars on November 9th and November 16th, because at that time it was after the October 22nd board meeting, so I didn't have a whole lot of time. Would like for you to be present at the first one so he can meet with you. 21 out of the 23 signed up over the phone. Of those 21, 20 showed up, and then an additional 4 kids just showed up because they heard first graders could go to Saturday Scholars. So I met with those parents and I gave them a contract, and at the top of the contract I wrote, reading and the ability to read is the #1 skill that will provide your child with options in their academics. Spending 15 minutes a day on Footsteps to Brilliance is proven to increase 1.5 to 2 grade levels a year in your child's reading score. And regular school attendance is one of the most important factors leading to academic success. So what I asked them to sign was a contract to enroll their kids into a ski week tutoring program, so 4 days in February, a spring break tutoring program.
Oh, the off days, I get what you're doing, okay.
So when we're all skiing up there,
Gotcha.
Where is that program?
when we're all up snowboarding down Heavenly.
Oh, we
I
all
was on
don't,
that
I'm
program.
sorry, we all,
You could be the one up in heaven.
we all don't do that. I've never heard of that.
That's why we got this movie. Then,
I stayed home.
hey, yeah, that's called, I had to use 4 sick days to be home with my kids. But 5 days in spring break, and then 4 weeks in summer school. And I met with the parents that morning. Of the 21 parents that were there, 19 signed a contract.
Wow, that's phenomenal.
To agree to have their first grader do an additional, essentially 6 weeks of school, and to agree to take their child to the public library once a week, and to agree to monitor 15 minutes of Footsteps of Brilliance use every day with their child outside of the school day, because one of the biggest recommendations I'll make to the school board as we move forward each month and each semester and each year is to continue to provide more to our parents, but to continue to ask more of our parents. We cannot set the bar here if we expect kids to be here. So I chose a school that was among the most economically disadvantaged on purpose. I chose a group of kids who were already behind on purpose, and I ramped up the support, but also ramped up the requirement on purpose for both because of one other recommendation I'll be making to the board at a future school board meeting. I think it is a disservice to children who go from kindergarten to first grade to second grade to third grade, not making any academic progress.
Yeah.
To continue to move them forward.
Totally
agree.
So, one of the recommendations at a future board meeting I'll make is to address that concern. I made presentations to our parent advisory committee for the migrant program with more than 60 parents. I just made the comments I made to the board tonight. I had universal support for the idea of required tutorings, required Saturday scholars, required summer school, and consequential retention for children who aren't making progress and refuse the intervention supports we provide. Because that, to me, it's a very different thing if the school district is providing the teacher with, or the child with a teacher, is getting the kid in on Saturday, is using Footsteps of Brilliance, is tutoring, is bringing them in on Saturdays, and then the child's not making progress, then we need to start looking at other ways to support the child. But if the school district is offering these things and none of the supports are being taken advantage of, then what service is it to the child to simply move them ahead because they're a year old?
Yeah, but I would also say then the school district needs to be looking in the family
Of course,
to see how social work could help.
of course.
What else is needed?
Right,
What we haven't
how can we
done,
support the family?
what we haven't done, because here's the thing, the staff at Sunny Slope is incredible.
Oh, yeah.
Mrs. Lang, Mrs. Hernandez, Julie in the office, Joe, Christine, they're incredible people, wonderful people. But it can feel overwhelming to know, essentially at Sunny Slope in first grade, 44% of the kids in first grade are not at grade level reading. So that's overwhelming, that's a lot of kids. But the approach I took was, okay, so let's use data as our friend. So what we did was we pulled our spreadsheet from Footsteps, we pulled our spreadsheet from our reading test, we pulled our spreadsheet from the attendance register, we pulled our spreadsheet from the parent phone number, and then I combined them all so that when I gave it to the secretary who made the phone calls, the one thing I asked was, make sure you talk about attendance, Footsteps, tutoring, and contract, all combined. Every piece of feedback she got was, thank you so much, because we recognize the readiness of a first grade parent to do something more.
Oh, yeah.
That's where you.
So that's gonna be like a focus group,
It's
right?
when you're trying it, when a child's 13 and a parent is, I have a child who's 14, sometimes I feel like, oh, I feel really tired now. My 16-year-old, really tired now. My little ones, they're easy, sit down with your child and read to them. And so I think it's right there in front of us. I wanted to share that with the board, that Saturday Scholars, and this is a breakdown of what we talked about at Sunny Slope, the number of students attending, the number of students who agreed to the contract, basically universal support from parents. And so when I shared this with the assistant principals, they all raised their hand and said, put me in, coach. And when I shared it with the principals, they all said, let's do it. So my plan is to turn it from a one school pilot to asking every principal to raise their hand and say, I'm ready to do this, because it is gonna take work on their part. They're gonna have to call parents more, they're gonna have to talk to parents more, they're gonna have to chase parents, kind of that contact, that initial contact, of, hey, make sure you're doing this, make sure this is happening. And then it becomes routine, and then it becomes a success.
But in theory, their behavioral problems will also go down, right?
The academic goes up and the
Yeah.
behavior goes
Yeah.
down.
Right, because the child won't be frustrated.
Yeah.
And then I think it also helps us, to help the families that need some help.
Yes.
It'll let us know who we need to get some help. And it will help us help the children who might have some learning disabilities.
Right.
It'll target that as well.
Recognize things early.
Early, very early.
By the time they get to middle school, if nothing has been done, it's really difficult to do a whole
Yeah.
lot.
Cause look at what you said about the response these parents gave you. You know, they were
Universal.
like, thank you, yes, let's do this, right? It's
Yeah.
not that the parent doesn't wanna help, if you don't know how to help, how do you help your child?
Whereas if you were an 8th grade parent who's always been called about problems and blah, 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 blah.
They don't even wanna pick up the phone.
They don't want, they don't want anything to do with you at
Yeah.
that point.
You skipped, I wanted to know, how much is 375 days?
It's $50 a student. Every day of attendance is $50 a student. The difference that we'll go into for second semester Saturday Scholars is we will be moving forward with contacting the families of the kids who have more than 4 absences to assign them Saturday Scholars.
The same grade?
We're hoping to use all grade levels if possible.
All grade level?
We're hoping to open it up. I can tell you, the response from parents has been overwhelmingly positive. And the request has been to increase the number of grade levels. So what we found was, when students start to come to Saturday Scholars, they miss school less often. So because we started it somewhat early in October, and September is pretty early, it actually had the effect of improving their attendance the rest of the semester, so they were less likely to have an absence in a weird way.
That's a win-win for us.
Yeah, so
It's a
we
win-win for us.
addressed one thing we weren't really aiming at, but that did happen. So now, I do have a list for each elementary school that has a minimum of 40 kids with at least 4 absences, so that's already a lot of absences. And our plan is to contact those families, enroll them in Saturday Scholars in January and February for 4 Saturdays, and then based on that, be recovering from each school a pretty substantial amount of attendance recovery that we think will be approaching 2,000 by the end of the semester. So 2,000 times $50, it's a substantial amount of food.
Do we have enough staff that have been volunteering to?
It's, it really depends on the school. In one case, I taught the last 2 Saturday Scholars. I really wanted to teach, actually, I just wanted to experience what it was like to have that amount of time and have the materials I was giving the teachers. And then I realized I didn't have enough time. My kids didn't get to eat lunch for 30 minutes, they only got 7 minutes. Because we were busy teaching and learning, so then they had to call me on the announcements, your class needs to go. So I hurriedly ran the kids over to get our pizza. But in that case, a teacher wasn't able to be there, and instead of seeking a substitute, I just said, I want to experience it myself. And then I told the kids, we ran out of time, so I'll be back next Saturday. So it was then I had to go back and, hold up my end of the bargain. So we're still looking at that. If we had a situation where we didn't have enough staff, we do have some ways of kind of offsetting it so that it's not at the same school every weekend. So that you have almost like an A schedule and a B schedule. So schools 1, 2, and 3, they have it on this weekend. Schools 4, 5, and 6 have it on this weekend, so that you would have the ability for some staff who wants to earn extra money to be able to
fill
fill
in.
it. Yeah, I can tell you, I felt like I graduated college at the end of the last Saturday Scholars. I said, yes, it's over for this season, but the kids really wanted it to happen every weekend. I mean, they were very jazzed about it.
And we'll continue the first grade, the pickup on the first graders will continue
And
now.
we'll actually open it up to all of the other schools.
Okay.
So it initially started second and third grade.
Right.
Just as a small pilot, we added first grade, but the idea is to expand that same first grade concept to all the schools. There's one thing I want to share about just the draw that Saturday Scholars became. So just almost for fun, I announced to the kids that we would have birthday cupcakes every Saturday.
Yeah, I heard.
So there wasn't a whole science behind it. There was no research behind it. I just thought, oh, it'd be kind of fun to have cupcakes. So we said cupcake party, right? And then the November 9th day that I taught at Gowan Hills HDLA, we sang happy birthday to 3 kids, and 2 of them, it was their birthday.
Oh boy, how cool.
They went to school
On their birthday.
And enjoyed it all that.
They went to school on their birthday, and both of them asked for the song in English and Spanish. We sang the song 6 times in a row, and it didn't lose its luster at all. The kids that got it were beaming and just that pride, that happiness, everybody
I bet you they'll
laughed.
remember that birthday for the rest of their lives.
And then you have kids going, are we gonna have it on my birthday? I mean, I'm serious.
See what you started?
But I think it really kind of shows it was more than just win the race. It was, I want to be here. I like Saturday Scholars. And then obviously, we wanted to prove that the idea would work, but now we're going to get laser focused on reading
Academics.
as the focus to bring kids in, and then absences as the focus to keep kids coming. Because I would like to create a culture where we say, if you miss school on Tuesday, I want you here on Saturday.
Right.
In other words, not have these huge percentages of kids not coming to school at all. But attack that and address that by saying, he didn't make it on Monday, so I need to see him on Saturday.
Yeah.
It's important that they make up that day. So, I like it.
We need to find a sponsor for the ski week. No, our high math kids get to go to Granite Rock
Or
for
someplace
Easter.
like that, yeah.
They do?
Yeah, for algebra.
Things I missed.
That's my report, folks.
Awesome.
Are you ready to go for the special ed now?
I'm ready.
Okay, let's move on to the board will hear an update on the district's special education programs and compliance.
Sir? So my name is Gwen McKieran, and I'm the Director of Special Education, and I have an update for you. The first update is you all are very, very fortunate to have incredible special educators in this district. This room looked absolutely nothing like this for the last 2 days, up until about 3:30 p.m. today, because you had close to 30 people in our district who work as classified staff members, teachers, as administrators in here doing a behavior support training for the last 2 days during their Thanksgiving week. So I just wanted to start by mentioning that. I want to give the board a brief update of how many staff we have at our schools. Each school site has a psychologist and speech therapist that is somewhat unique to that site or predominantly assigned to that site. Rancho San Justo Middle School has currently 9 special education classrooms at the school. Mays has 7. Lad Lane, 6 classrooms. Sunny Slope, 6.5 because there's a person that split. Aro Hardin, 4.5. Cerro Vista, 4. And Calaveras, 2. And HDLA, Gowan Hills, 3. So when you add that up, it's a really, really considerable portion of the district's. And that's only classrooms, that doesn't go into detail of how many instructional assistants and how many teacher support staff we have at those schools. An update on our STEPS program. This is a program that's currently in place at Sunny Slope Elementary School and at Mays Middle School. It's a program that is being highlighted this month because we've seen really strong growth in the program. We have increased student attendance in the program, decreased student behavioral outbursts in the program, and the training that was provided today is intended to directly support the management of student behaviors in that program. And so we're feeling really good about the professional development to reduce instances of having to put your hands on kids and trauma-informed practices.
I understand you have a very good new teacher that's taken that program over, that's doing an excellent job.
And support staff.
And the support staff.
So going into this year, we made some movement of different staff. We wanted to fit together teams that we felt would work well. And then we also have two wonderful support for teachers in the district office when it comes to having Mahalia Magabo and to having Shannon Parsons out there in those classrooms supporting those teachers. They do a really, really good job. They're both experienced Hollister School District special educators, and we're feeling great about the way that the teachers and the administrators who work in the special education program are supporting STEPS. And it was definitely a huge concern area last year.
I have to say, I was at Rancho, I wanted to check in on the special ed programs.
Yeah.
And there was a student in one of the classes that when I substituted, I literally had to be with this student the whole day. And it was one of the toughest days of my life. When I went in there this year, I'd say, what was October? I saw her and I could not believe it was the same person. The teacher of that class, I don't know what, I couldn't believe it was the same girl. I honestly, it was incredible. So kudos there. That was a magnificent job, magnificent.
And Rancho is the location of our moderate to severe program. Right now, there is a lot of work going on regarding this supplementary classroom. And there's a space that we have dedicated that we're trying to improve what's in there so that it functions as a meaningful life skills classroom to teach the children skills that they need on and beyond Rancho San Justo Middle School. The other thing that is an area to focus on is this handbook that is developed by our behavior specialists. This year we have 2 behavior specialists, and by our SPED administrators, Daniel Romero, Mai Cruz, and Barbara Brown, and specifically to provide clear explanations regarding ways to deal with behaviors that are initiating behaviors, behaviors that are escalating behaviors, and then behaviors that are emergency behaviors. And because we are a regional program provider, there are instances where we have very acute, severe behaviors that happen at the drop of a hat. And one example is over at Sunny Slope. One of the visits I made this year, the principal was 40 minutes late because we had a student elope campus and was found 7 blocks away. And, that's a situation where, we have programs in place, we have staff in place, but, when behavior is acute and when behavior is severe, and when you're 53 years old and you're chasing an 11-year-old, it can get a little dicey there. So, you want to make sure you understand how hard the job is, and how wonderful the people are that.
And I gotta tell you, they can elope in a second.
You betcha. Don't turn your head. Don't turn your head.
And despite what you might be thinking, the student did not leave through a school door or gate. the student jumped a fence. And not one, 3. So it was not one, because Sunny Slope has those gates that push up. It wasn't one of those, it was actual fences that were scaled. So, Mr. Rivas is in pretty good shape. I don't want him breaking an ankle.
Yeah.
Workers'
So
comp.
there was a team of people that were out there dealing with it.
Yeah, but it goes so fast, it's just, I know.
I would like to give the board an update regarding our corrective action, so let me take you through those, and those are here. Case 0463, at present, we have addressed 6 of the 7 corrective actions, and remaining compensatory services are ongoing. This is a program that we have a list of students who are owed hours dating back to the 2017-18 school year and to some extent 2018-19. In the last 2 days, I've met with over 40 parents to sign contracts with parents regarding these compensatory minutes and compensatory minutes pertaining to case 0068 and case 0730. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to develop tutoring programs and compensatory programs that happen in a shorter time frame, so that we can provide the student help now. So in the last couple of years, we've tended to do maybe an hour a week, 30 minutes a week, an hour and a half a week. But then if a child's not there, then they lose that half hour. And then if the teacher or staff is out, then that hour's gone. If it's a minimum day, we don't hold it. So you see how it starts to kind of diminish. So we're developing a schedule that would happen once in January, once during ski week, once during spring break, and once in summer, and to be able to group students together to create really fun academic programs that address math and English skills, and then bring parents in to get their agreement to bring their children on those days.
The
And it's
ski
been a
week is
huge
so
success.
intriguing.
Been a huge-
Do you talk to the CDE directly about this?
Yes.
And overall, are you getting a sense that they know that we want to correct anything that we've done wrong and?
Absolutely, and we're gonna talk about that at length regarding the critical incident review. The big banner regarding the compliance and corrective actions is that the number of corrective actions has dramatically decreased in terms of new corrective actions. The number of cases, we still have had a couple of cases be put out there, and we're working on those cases. They're very, very minimal compared to the prior cases that were put out there. And the last few corrective actions are these big compensatory minutes. So that's why we're trying this new approach where we would do multiple consecutive days on vacations to give maximum support now. Because at some point, you're gonna have kids who say, well, I'm in 9th grade now, I don't wanna go backwards and get assistance from the Hollister School District, and now I go to San Benito High School, that part is over. But to speak to the question that Rob, you put forward in terms of CDE, the district has undergone something that is very unusual and very taxing and very challenging, and that is a critical incident review. We discussed it at our last special education update. And basically what happens with a critical incident review is Disability Rights of California filed a complaint with the state more than a year ago to request that the state do a critical incident review, specifically evaluating a major review of our district's special education programs, from the legal documents on our webpage to a survey that went out to every single parent of a child with an IEP, to randomly selecting 25 IEP cases to evaluate with a fine-tooth comb every piece of that child's IEP, to including a full 3-day visit where they were hosted here at the district office and made visits to Sunny Slope, where we have the STEPS program, Mays, where we have the STEP program, and Rancho, where we have the moderate to severe program, to interview more than 40 staff members individually, independent of our district administrators, teachers, aides, principals, special ed staff, all with the goal of holding us to task, making sure that we're doing our part. I spent about 20 minutes with the team, and what I heard from them were almost like shocked that we have been able in 9 months to turn things around, sort of not disbelief, but just very, very surprised that the wheels are turning. I think it's a testament to our teachers and to our speech pathologists and to our psychologists and to our director of special ed.
To you too. To you too.
I think they have the academic capacity, I think they have the training, but I think they care. Because a lot of this stuff, these people, your special ed teachers, they're out there, they're still at school at 6 p.m. Your director is here every night.
Oh, yeah,
It's
but
at 8
that's
p.m.
always been that way, but the problem is that the people that were in charge at the district level, it was not student first. And that was the issue. And then once you came on and we came on, and it was student first, the teachers have always been student first. That has never been the issue, was what was going on at the district level.
And they were letting us know that too.
Yeah.
The other, if you
It's
recall
all
back
about
to
leadership.
when we hired Gwen, one of the first things we brought to the table was procedural.
That's right,
They
yeah.
were very pleased to see that we've made a lot of progress there. The other thing is staffing programs. They
Right.
were very pleased to see that. The other thing was, it was really a team effort. Erica and Aaron and Kip and Gabe being willing to support Gwen and saying, okay, we really do need to address this classroom. Okay, we really do need to get that person in that room. Okay, open up that account so we can spend it here. Okay, let me meet with your nurses. Let me help you with this. So I know Gwen is very appreciative of her coworkers on the senior management team because she feels like she's not doing this alone.
Right.
I think she feels like she's really working with a group of people who all care about getting the job done. And then I try to stay connected through parents, so the appointments I've had the last 2 days, just seeing parents. Some folks come in and they're still angry, and I listen to them. Some folks come in and say, this is amazing, I can't believe you're doing this, thank
I
you
had
so
that
much.
parent reach out to me, they were just so impressed with how their IEP was being addressed and.
So, and I think that's another 40 people that came away and said, okay, they care. Okay, they care. And then over time, it just becomes something positive instead of something. So,
Are they going to like give us a letter or something when we become fully compliant to say that, yes, you've done it? Or
Well,
how's that gonna work?
It's interesting that you should say that. So what is more likely to happen is over the course of the next 6 months, continued work with CDE. So when this team came, it was a team of 4 highly experienced consultants who came in with, and this is what they do. They go from district to district that have this. So they want to really deliberate and be good about giving us a list of recommendations that we can really put into place. But their analysis is we're on the right track.
Oh,
There
that's good.
wasn't any area that they said, whoa, you're in a lot of trouble here, oh, you're way off course here. It was more procedures, people, and professional development. Train people more, make sure they know the procedures, and get the right people in place. And then parent support, parent trainings. This was something we promoted and was able to get families out. The workshop schedule is there. We have strategic announcements going out before the next two that come out. We, as you can tell in the first photograph, somewhere around 15 to 20 parents, and we would love for that number to go up, and we have some ideas on how to do that. But I want to applaud Gwen and Daniel and Mai for doing this and for taking the lead in bringing these workshops to parents and extending that hand so that they can be our partner.
Do you know how that bullying prevention workshop went?
It was very well received, and the presenter lauded the school district for having some of the best language that they have found regarding dealing with bullying and support for bullying resources from our district. She was very complimentary of the district. And I think we came away from it saying, okay, we held one bullying workshop, let's schedule the next one, let's schedule the next one, so that we can continue to educate parents about how to assist their children if they find themselves in a situation like that.
Is that bullying workshop gonna be open to
That's what we
more?
want, yeah, that's what we wanna do. In this case, the presenter has experience in providing bullying workshops and training for parents of children with special needs. So we wanna be able to expand that beyond and take it to both of our middle schools. That's my story, like I
You're
said.
sticking to it.
Gwen Bakirin, at your service.
Well done, Gwen. Moving on to consent items. These are considered routine and may be enacted by the board in one motion. There is no discussion on these items prior to the motion unless a specific item is removed from the consent list.
So moved.
So moved.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 4-0. Here. I think we're to the discussion action items.
That's correct.
All right. 13A, discussion regarding draft 2020 Board of Trustee meeting calendar. Y'all had a chance to look at it.
Yeah.
I found no problems with it.
I thought it was great. I thought going to the different school sites was awesome.
Incredible, we wanted to.
I know, I think it's
As long
great.
as they can prepare them for us, I think it's great too.
Are we talking about it?
Yes, ma'am, I'll be right there. Here it is.
There it is.
So what would be required in a situation like this is for the school district to coordinate with our partners to make sure that when we hold a meeting at a site that has a pre-existing activity, that we not unfairly displace them so that we can try to manage it, but knowing it might require displacement, and then in that case, simply give them enough runway that they can figure out an alternative location. The other potential consideration is that the setup might not look like this. So
Right.
if you take into account, we've all been to the multipurpose rooms at the different sites. In one school, Gavilan Hills HDLA, sound is gonna be a concern. It's just not acoustically a good place. Here, the community can hear what we're saying. At Gavilan Hills HDLA, in that multipurpose room, it is not acoustically a good space.
Unless you do it in the library.
If we do it in the library, you're just bringing down the overall number of seats. The library could work. So that's basically I'm presenting this to the board to hear more from you.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to go to each of these sites and come up with a plan for each one, but I don't wanna do it if the board would prefer that they all remain at one location. The nice thing about the one location is everybody knows where our board meets. The drawback of the roadshow is, when are they coming? When?
Or where are they this time? Yeah, I know there's
So
a
just
board
think
meeting,
about
where
that.
is it?
Think about that because it's a balance. It's a balance. The board might decide we want to have the first 4 meetings of the year rotate in this way. And then the following year, they rotate out to because really we have 8 school locations, so then there's a predictability.
Right.
But you all, this is your meeting, this is your decision. You might decide the value of always holding it at every single school each year is more than the value of having a predictable location.
To me, the value of having it at school sites is that we're reaching out to the community. And we're saying, okay, we wanna be part of the community, we're here, and this is a good time for you to come. And I just think it's making us more accessible to the people, and that's why I would like to see it done, and I'd like to see us do it, and I just think it's very important.
We had talked about this in our retreats that we had. And going to the different presentations or focus groups or whatever you wanna call it that we've had in the different schools, I think it's been a very low turnout. And I think that tells us something, right, about that there isn't that either trust or connection or communication. So I would at least wanna try this out, although I do see the benefit of it, you know. I feel kinda torn, but I think right now we need to get out there.
Yeah.
And we need to connect with our community and just try it out, and if it, you know, kinda like, remember when we decided to do the 2 meetings in 1 month and they were like, well, it's too much. You know,
I
kinda try it
agree.
out
I
and
agree
then
with you.
decide, review it.
Yeah, let's just try it.
Let's have,
See
we
what
need to do
happens.
all calls to let them know.
We can
and-
always go back to the other way,
Right.
let's just try it. If it
Yeah.
doesn't work out,
But I
Then
think
who
we
knows?
need to,
Maybe they
and
won't come to these meetings. I don't know.
And if they don't, then
And for tonight, it's a discussion.
Yeah.
I will, at your direction, I'll bring back a very thorough
Okay.
with the explanation at each school.
mhm.
And then acknowledging this physical location becomes part of the rotation of where we hold the meetings.
You know, part of our philosophy is trying to get parent involvement. And if we don't get ourselves out to the parents, we're being hypocrites. That's how I feel. We need to be out there. We really do.
No, I'm not in favor of this. Not, again, who can argue with anything that's been said here tonight, but this room is set up as our boardroom. We don't have to do anything special anywhere else to have it. I'm more concerned with not being negative to the school district staff who are here, who set all this up and things like that, and having to do it at, some other places that are not optimal. I think other school districts have tried this and it has not worked just because the logistics are just too hard. Remember, we still have to have closed session there and things along those lines, and people will be confused as to where to go. So, I wanna stay in my lane, we're the school board, this is where we meet. All of us go to events at various schools, I mean, we're very reachable, this goes to the emails we get and stuff, so. If we set this schedule, and then we can't in the middle of it, again, it's just gonna lead to confusion, so. I'm glad it's only a discussion item tonight, because.
I knew that was a likely
Yeah, 'cause-
outcome, and at the board's direction, I can bring both models to the next meeting. And because you want also to have, tonight's agenda and tonight's documents be visible and reviewable by the community, and for us to solicit input over the next month before our next meeting.
another idea, maybe just to for us to think about, I hear what you're saying. So then could we, just as an idea, do something where we do something extra every month? Let's say we have our normal board meeting here, but we look at Calaveras AAA and we say, you know what, we're gonna go out there on X date as school board representation, but not all of us.
2 at a time.
2 at a time, and then whatever 2 wanna go, those 2 are representing all of us. And it could be like a coffee, you know how people do those meet and greets or whatever?
Subcommittees.
And it could just be that every month that we go to we're out in the community, it's totally informal, but the 2 of us, we take turns.
I'm also not sure whether, does the community want this?
No, that,
We haven't
I mean, that's what I'm telling you, they're not
done
showing up, they're like,
it. Well, that would be the other thing.
we don't know why, right? But
Well, no, when we had,
not a lot.
well, Arlo Hardin, when we didn't have anybody show up, but it was at 5 o'clock. But we had quite a turnout at Calaveras, and we didn't have quite a turnout at Gavilan Hills, the second meeting.
So, well, again, we'll talk about it. I would like to get some more input from the community, whether they feel
It's just an idea.
that this is easier, they'd rather have this or just keep it the way we have it.
Because you're right, I mean, I'm hearing, and we're gonna go do this whole thing,
And then nobody shows up,
and then
that would bother me.
And then people are like, what, where is the meeting?
Or you get a bunch of people show up here and we're
Not
over
if we
there.
publicize it.
That's a huge thing, but I'd like Diego, because they won't say it in front of us, the school board, but to Diego to poll the district staff and the site staff, and do they want this? And, I mean, if I'm a principal and I've had a really bad day, and I'm worried about the school board meeting
At my school.
because that's what will happen, Murphy's Law will.
Yeah.
Because, you know, they're gonna make sure that the campus is actually, you know, spruced up maybe more than it actually is. Anyway,
Well, we discussed it.
but is that the official, are those the
Sure.
official dates from your point of view?
Those are the official dates, and the board's direction, I will bring back to our December meeting an option that includes visitation or holding school board meetings at school sites, and an option that includes holding regular board meetings here and establishing a calendar of subcommittee meetings that are held at school sites for the express purpose of increasing engagement between the community and board.
Yeah, I like that because when we went to Gavilan that one time, that was nice. You just had the parents there, we were there, we listened.
The one I was in?
Sorry.
Yeah, the one you were invited to.
That I thought, and you know what?
I lived there.
It went very well. I thought, I liked it. I would do that again in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
Okay,
Okay, sure.
so that's what you're gonna do with that one?
I have.
Okay, so there will be no motion on that. Let's see, going to approval of board policy and administrative regulation 5117, interdistrict attendance.
Aren't we doing, oh yeah, but, 5117.
I'm gonna go ahead and read the rationale.
Yep.
Board Policy 5117 has been updated to delete references to the Open Enrollment Act since schools are not currently being identified as low achieving based on the Academic Performance Index. It has been updated with legal citations, clarifies the continuing requirements to register as a school district of choice with the Superintendent of Public Instruction and County Board of Education before enrolling students under that program. Administrative Regulation 5117 has been updated to reflect Assembly Bill 2826. One such requirement is for districts to post on their website the procedures and timelines for requests for interdistrict transfer permits. Do you want me to, go ahead?
So what's before the board this evening is an update to policy 5117. This is keeping us in compliance with the law, and we'll continue to allow the school district to implement inter-district transfers as we currently do so.
Okay.
I'd like to,
Oh, go ahead, Steve, go ahead.
I was gonna recommend a motion to approve the policy that reflects the new ed code, so that we are up to date on our inter-district attendance policy, board policy 5117.
I'd like to second.
Discussions. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
And then we would just need a motion regarding administrative, basically the
Well, that one I
administrative-
haven't changed, because on that one, on the administrative regulation,
Yes.
we have on page 3 of that, or if you wanna go to page 209 in the packet,
It's,
it talks about
number 6.
high school, that's number 5 and 6. It said, number 5 says to allow students to remain with a class, and it says graduating, it should be promoting that year from, and it says elementary, middle, or senior high school, and then 6, to allow a high school senior to, that doesn't
The
apply
same
to
school
us.
attendant as a junior.
So I was thinking those need to go bye-bye.
Any reference to high school, unless we have maybe a gifted student that we're allowing to come. That's the only thing I can think of, to where they would.
And then we have to go, cause this is still the same regulation, go to page 5. And it says, under, and it's page 211 of the board packet, and page 5 of this, where it starts with once a student. At the bottom, it says existing inter-district attendance permits shall not be restricted,
Rescinded.
and rescind, and we talk about grades 11 and 12 and grade
10.
10, and that doesn't apply to us.
Will you accept a motion that we approve it with the DEA, the superintendent making the
Edits.
the edits to remove any reference
To high
outside of the
school.
K through 8 system?
Yes.
And I'll make a motion that we approve AR 5117, subject to superintendent or designee removing any references outside of the K through 8 system that are inappropriate for us.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
4-0. Okay, moving on.
Erica, if you can toggle to the demographic report for 13C.
I'm gonna move to 13C. This is the review of board policy and administrative regulation 5111-.1. District residency and discussion of school boundaries. Rationale, the Hollister School District Board Policy and Administrative Regulations 5111.1 explains that parents shall be informed of all existing attendance options available in the district, including all options for meeting residency requirements for school attendance. The Hollister School District is currently constructing Rancho Santana School, slated to open in August of 2021. The district commissioned a demographic report in the 2018-19 school year that projected a total of 280 residents from the housing subdivision immediately surrounding Rancho Santana School. Administration recommends the Board of Trustees consider creating a school attendance boundary for Rancho Santana School that includes the current Gavilan Hills Elementary School boundary. Administration recommends that the district hold a public hearing on the topic and that the board consider the recommendation at a future meeting of, I assume that's the Board of Trustees.
That's quite a bit.
It is.
What you all are looking at on the presentation is a drawing of the district's current attendance boundaries. And so we currently have 190 resident students in the Gavilan Hills attendance area. And we currently have 228 children who live in the Gavilan Hills attendance area that are attending either Lad Lane or our Hardin, Calaveras, HDLA, or Sarah Vista. So in order to create a school boundary for Rancho Santana School, my recommendation at our December school board meeting will be to include the Gavilan Hills attendance area in the Rancho Santana School school boundary area.
So to be clear then, the students that are at other schools that live in that would have live in the Gavilan Hills area would have a choice to go to Rancho Santana if they wanted to.
So I have a question about the boundaries, because you've talked about how most of the students are not going to their home school within their boundary. So then at some point, what use are these boundaries, and what priority do you get? Because I have neighbors who said their kids can't go to Gavilan Hills because it was so impacted and they have to go across town, not by choice. So then, does this give them priority versus, let's say there's some kids over in Lad Lane neighborhood that wanna go to Rancho Santana, can they go? Help me understand.
Yes, I'm glad you asked. So what our prior policy was that at any given time, any family can request a transfer to any school, and the district would honor it if the principal of the school approved the transfer request. That led us to a very inefficient, unfair system in which some schools became impacted and other schools atrophied at different grade levels. It also led to over-enrollment in certain grade levels and huge classrooms in multiple schools in different grade levels. What we want to start to transition to is to give parents whose children reside in that area the first opportunity to accept enrollment at that school. And if you elect to request to have your kids attend another school, to do so during the priority transfer window so that we can appropriately staff schools. So that when a family that lives in the Rancho Santana School neighborhood wants to send a fourth grader to Rancho Santana School, there's a space for that fourth grader. But if we have 9 empty seats at Rancho Santana School, we have a fair process to assign those seats to the children who have requested to enroll in those seats. Up till now, we've been doing it on a first come, first served basis, ongoing year round, and we've been putting it on the onus of the school principal to be aware and informed enough to accept the transfer requests of the children that they believe they have seats for. And then in some cases, we have principals that deny every single request. We've had years where there's a school where no requests are approved. And then others that approve every single request. And then you have an imbalance happening on a year-to-year basis. So Gavilan Hills is a perfect example of a school that needs a solution that is a long-term solution, not a 1 or 2 year solution. So what happened with the physical campus of Gavilan Hills is each year HDLA grew over the last 6 years to the point that HDLA students comprise 825 out of the 1,000 kids going to the school. So you have to be fair over the longer term. If we're going to build more homes, where will we have children?
That's why with our meeting with parents there.
Yeah, Michelle,
Yeah, that you,
that Steve continues to.
Hey, he keeps bringing it up,
You
keeps
know
bringing
what?
it up.
You know what? That's when I got a really good idea from those parents of what they want and how they felt left out. And when we started talking about the new school, you know, all of a sudden the eyes get bigger, and by telling you have first priority, you wanna go, you get to go. That's good. So, and that's interesting about the other people that had gone to other schools.
Now, another thing that was brought up is there's a lot of energy around these new earth movers that are out just behind Sarah Vista School. So they're calling that the Award Homes project, and it's just east of Sarah Vista Park and Sarah Vista School. And they're out there moving the earth. And there's a lot of talk
By
about.
Fairview.
There's a lot of talk about that being on somewhat of an accelerated schedule. You know, really, they're not just out there kind of clearing out brush, they're getting ready to build homes. So that is a perfect example of, even though it is somewhat near Fairview and subsequently Rancho Santana School, we may make a recommendation to the school board that those children attend Sarah Vista School. Because Sarah Vista is going to lose the Rancho Santana students pretty quickly. When that school opens, a really high percentage of those kids are going to go to Rancho Santana School. So that might be offset by the award homes going up,
Bringing those kids in.
and having that school retain their identity. And it really be, depending on how they do the roads, but a walkable and an accessible school for the children who are gonna live in those new award homes.
So some of the kids that are at Rancho Santana now, or at the,
Service.
are at service, okay,
Yeah.
all right.
And actually, some kids who go to Sunny Slope, and like everything else in
Right,
this town, you have children going to schools that are not their neighborhood school for a variety of reasons. And my reason for bringing this to the board is to advise you that we have to make decisions about how to draw the lines. And my recommendation is that we hold a public hearing at a location such as the district and strenuously recruit members of the community to come out and give us their public input, as well as send a survey instrument to parents in the email to gauge their opinions. But ultimately that the board review the evidence and the data and make a decision that's in the best interest of the students at Gatlin Hills and the future students at Rancho Santana School.
I would like to know how many portables, without overpacking a school, but how many portables, and if we needed to add bathrooms, will we need to put, thinking of the K through 8 model.
Sure.
And, thinking like, all the homes with Allentown and, Calaveras and, we need to.
Goes on and on.
I know, I kind of am, to be honest, somewhat panicked in a way that I know we have the room and I know that we have the dollars, so I'm not panicked about that, but I guess what I'm panicked about is I don't know if we've really sat down and say, okay, on this location, we can add portables here, we're gonna need a boy and a girl bathroom here, maybe we need an adult bathroom, which always, by the way, gets left out. They always forget about teachers and a bathroom, and, that's important. I'm just saying, so that, so I don't know, that's how I know we got so much going on, but so much is going around us.
You know what I like about this plan is the fact that it gives us a chance to start balancing out schools.
Oh, I agree,
better.
I agree.
And by balancing them out, then we'll have a better idea of what we need at each school.
Right.
How much bigger is this school getting? What do we need there? And until we have this in place, it would be hard to be able to know where we would need those things.
I agree.
I'm gonna go back to, we need an expert in the county that has the big picture of all this and
Where
the state law that passed where local building, what do you call it, zoning laws, the state can override, and they're sort of indicating they will, because.
What do you mean? Can you?
So.
Oh, because of not the low income housing?
Well, basically, cities, municipalities, they're trying to restrict growth, and the state of California's position is cities and municipalities can no longer restrict growth. So,
Yeah, like this?
yes, but my only request, I think having a hearing is just great, but just presented the most logical thing. There's not a whole lot we can do, unfortunately. Why service to have to be put there anyway, but.
That was built a long time ago.
Yeah.
The three schools with the most similar enrollment are Sarah Vista, Sunny Slope, and Lad Lane. All three schools, Sunny Slope currently has rows of classrooms that are underutilized.
That's crazy.
Lad Lane has a humongous footprint that is currently includes solar panels that you all just heard a report about how inefficient and costly they are. And then Sarah Vista has the great dirt pile of San Benito County right in front of the school. That is a perfect place to put infrastructure, to put multi-purpose rooms, to put. So we think we have a strong plan to recover some bond reimbursement funds. Gabe and Aaron are working well with one another and with our consultants. We feel hopeful about being able to recoup some pretty substantial monies in the next 12 months. And if we did so, it would put us in a great position to be able to do what Jan just said, which is to figure out and fit the right number of classrooms and quasi-classrooms, restroom facilities on our campuses. But the other thing for us to discuss, and this is for a later date, but is to call to attention the need to have more funding come from developers.
Yes.
And not only for new schools, but for existing schools. For developers, building 500 homes to say, Sarah Vista needs more than a couple of bathrooms and a few portables.
How about a gym over at Calaveras with all that housing going on? Yeah,
Those
totally
kinds
agree,
of-
sorry.
Sarah Vista needs a gym.
Has no
It's
gym
always-
either, or multi-purpose.
So one aspect of
Just to be
mitigation
fair.
is to give us land to build a new school.
He's not here, but.
Another aspect of mitigation is to give us money to improve our existing schools. That's the
I like
kind
that.
that I go for, because I think we saw with Rancho Santana School, it's an incredible school, whether it's $52 million.
See, this is where we have to partner with the County Board of Supervisors and the City Council, because unified, we can make that happen.
They say
But
just-
if they're giving favors out, I don't mean that in a nefarious way, but if they're granting permits
Right.
and they're not
Well, actually,
lobbying on our behalf.
one of the things that's come out in the Intergovernmental Council is that it's the allotments. And these allotments were given out in the 90s. And,
They have no.
they're stuck.
They're stuck.
They are absolutely
Or
stuck.
before the 90s, you got nothing.
Yeah, well, and
Zero.
so it's the allotments, and the one on, that I was so surprised is the award homes. Yeah, they sat dormant for 25 years, and now all of a sudden they're gonna start building.
What I would like to, I don't know if this is an appropriate time or at the end, but what I would like to see with that same idea is how do we talk to county, city, or the developers about safety? So for example, on Calaveras on Buena Vista, they're calling it now a corridor, Buena Vista Road. It's not a
Oh, yeah.
corridor, but they're calling it that because,
And Meridian,
And
and
right.
Memorial.
well, so my interest right now is Buena Vista and Calaveras and this new housing, and how are these kids gonna cross over when people are flying by?
Yeah, good
Mhm.
question.
So who do we talk to now about creating that, like, on 4th Street where they have those
The
lights?
city.
Well,
So how do
I
we
think
do
it
Diaz
gets back
that?
to-
Hernandez or Jaime de la Cruz?
I did.
That's
did it already.
That's getting back to
But
what we
that's
talked
not,
about
they
earlier.
said that's not there.
We as
It's
a
the city,
school
it's
board
the city.
are almost totally ineffective when it comes dealing with.
But we don't have to be.
That's my point. Where our power comes from is when we unify with the city and the county.
Right.
They're the ones that have the power over those developers, much more power than we have.
They have power over the developer. You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Look, let me tell you what Supervisor Hernandez told me. He lives right across from Art of Arden, and I will tell you, he says the neighborhood there feels they are totally ignored by us because of all the traffic problems we have, which I can throw right back at him and say, well, wait a minute.
You were part of you, they sit right
here. So, but I think, look, the temperament of the community is, look, they want to get control of our streets around schools and just, in general. And I think we can partner with all 5 of the County Board of Supervisors. City Council, let's hope that they're getting along.
I don't know about that, but we do need a partnership.
Yeah, they're willing. I'm just telling you, they're willing. But Diego, is there any chance, would it ever make sense, and I don't want to open up a can of worms unnecessarily, but Gavilan Hills, why couldn't we just dedicate that 100% to the HDLA? That brings it down to 825 students there.
That's the idea behind reassigning the Gavilan Hills attendance area to Rancho Santana schools. It would allow that campus to become Hollister Blue Language Academy solely. But the number is gonna go up to 1,000, one way or another, because we now have 100 kids each grade level.
Does
So it
Gavilan
doesn't help
Hills?
the traffic.
No.
Although
Hills go
the
away?
traffic concerns are greatly reduced over last year, in part
Yes.
because of
The busing.
Yes.
the buses have
Oh, yes.
been a game changer in terms of traffic at the school. A more challenging situation happens at R.L. Hardin because of the tightness of those streets and the lack of walking space on some of those streets. And also because there are 1,000 children going to school at R.L. Hardin. It's literally the exact same size as Gavilan Hills HDLA because of the combination of Hollister Prep School and R.L. Hardin on essentially the same physical site. It's our second biggest school, even more than Rancho.
We changed though the starting and ending times.
We did, and
That must have helped a little.
It's a breather, but it's still not
Not the best.
taking care of business. It's still a challenge.
I can say that as somebody who has to pick up Charlie every once in a while.
Okay.
So your idea is to come up with the boundary lines that we then agree to.
That we show to the community, invite public input, and then is brought to the school board for approval, discussion and approval at a subsequent board meeting. Thank you, folks.
Okay. Moving on to 13D. Approval resolution 1319-20 in the matter of Board of Education of Hollister School District recommending that the San Benito County Committee on School District Organization approve and establish trustee areas from which the Hollister School District trustee will be elected by a trustee area election process. Haven't we already done that?
Well, with this resolution it's the formal resolution which the board clerk will enter scenario 6 is the scenario that the board approved.
Okay.
And then someone would need to make the motion that it be
Attached to.
attached with a copy of the map that we send to the county committee, and requesting that they consider this adopted and approved
Do you know when they're gonna meet on this?
It would be in January. It would be in January. So, and ultimately, they would need to schedule it. My understanding is that it would happen here, that they would conduct the meeting here, since it pertains to our district.
Oh,
Okay.
so can we make a motion then?
Yeah.
I'd like to make a motion that we approve the resolution
With
Board policy.
scenario.
with scenario 6.
And I need a second.
A second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 4-0, Erica. Okay. 13E? No, I just did that one.
That is the.
Yeah, okay, I'm going to 13F then.
No, we need to
Do
address.
13E, that's what I thought. Rationale. At the October 2019 regular scheduled meeting of the Board of Trustees, the district passed a resolution to initiate the change from at-large elections to by trustee area elections. The attached board policy 9220 reflects the change in the election system.
So basically, the school board initiated this change, and now we need to change our board policy that talk about electing board members, because the prior policy referenced at-large, and it now needs to state by trustee.
This is the administrative reg, 5, are we talking about administrative reg, 5111.1?
No, this is
Nope,
board
9220.
bylaw 9220.
Right here, 9220.
Right after the resolution.
So is this a first reading or are we adopting this?
My recommendation is that it be adopted simply because it isn't necessarily recommended by CSBA, but rather it's a requirement that our board bylaw change so that it complies with the vote the board took at the last meeting.
Okay, so this policy is all elections period, for school board.
That's correct.
So,
What page? 249, 243.
a board member shall not expend and a candidate shall not accept any public money for the purpose of seeking elected office. What is public money?
School district funds, our funds, or.
So the district may establish dedicated fund for this.
Then we missed
So,
administrative reg.
but I read that saying,
Gotta fix it.
so, hold on a second. Campaign conduct. That's where I get in the problem with that. How is that our business? You know what I mean? I mean, I guess I didn't pay too much attention to this, but if I'm running for school board, I just want to run the way we run for any elected office here. I don't want to do any carve-outs. So I don't know what the meaning of that is. A board member shall not expend or the candidate shall not accept
It
any
just says
public
to
money.
follow the federal, local, state requirements regarding campaign donations.
So right, so again, I want that to be governed by, I think, we are governed first and foremost by the local elections office, and then we're governed by the state of California as administered by the FTPC. I mean, that's my understanding of things. I just want to make sure we're not going outside our lane.
So this is directly out of education code, so the language that's in our board policy. Because it's not bolded, it means it's already in the board policy. This isn't a recommended change to it. And so,
You're adding just the trustee areas piece.
that's correct.
Okay, I mean, I just want, maybe that public money is, yeah, I don't know what the definition of that public money is. Is that taxpayer money or is that?
I believe it refers to school district funds, actually.
Okay, as long as it's
Funds
that.
belonging to the school district.
Okay. I guess I don't want to be in the business of running elections, or controlling them. That's what we have Angela Curro for, right? Or Joe Paul Gonzalez.
That's correct.
We needed to correct something, we need to go back to page 236, administrative reg 5111.1. Because it talks about emancipated minors,
We would need to do that, Jan, we would need to close up this.
Okay,
topic
that and then go back, okay,
yeah, we
sure,
could go back to that.
no problem. Cause we skipped it. So I make a motion that we accept, board policy 9220.
Second.
All in favor, say aye. Opposed? 4-0. You wanna go back to that?
We'd like to reconsider.
Yes, I'd like to go back to, page 236 in our board packet. Administrative regs 5111.1. And it's number 4. And it talks about a student is an emancipated minor residing, we don't have emancipated minors.
But we could.
Yeah.
It's
Those are
possible.
kids in,
14?
yes,
Maybe.
ma'am. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am, kids in
Maybe.
foster care.
Yeah,
Can
Really?
become, yes,
At
I know
that
that.
age?
As young as 11.
it's
Yes.
possible.
Oh,
Yes, it's
you're
possible.
kidding.
Yes.
I thought they had to be 16.
No, this is possible. Yes, ma'am.
God, that's terrible.
We have,
Well,
well,
what if you
there's
have
certain
a-
situations where
What if you had a
they need to be,
10-year-old superstar?
Yeah, they are.
there are other
They would want to
scenarios.
Okay,
Yeah.
alright, didn't know,
Yes.
thank you.
I'm not
But
saying
do we have to
them,
approve
but-
this? We didn't approve this.
No, this was, I wanted to share as part of the,
Where are we on the,
as part of the discussion about drawing school boundary lines. I
Oh,
included
okay.
both policies because they pertain to
Okay.
establishment of residency. So there was no recommendation to approve them.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
that's, okay. Wow, I learned something.
so we're finished with that. 13.
Jeez.
Interesting things.
Now
that
we're on
happen.
13F. Approval of board bylaw 9223, filling vacancies. Rationale, at the October 2019 regular scheduled board meeting of Board of Trustees, the district passed a resolution to initiate the change from at-large elections to by trustee area elections. The attached board policy 9223 reflects the change in the election system as it relates to filling vacancies on the board.
So there's one change here and it reads, under eligibility, and if filling a vacant seat that was elected by trustee area, a person must also be a resident of that trustee area. So once the next round of elections happen, and then at any point in time, a member of the board that was elected by trustee area has to vacate their seat for whatever reason. Anyone requesting to run for that seat would also have to live in that
Makes
trustee.
sense.
Right,
Yeah.
right, that makes sense.
Okay, so go to page 250, under appointment due to failure to elect. And, where am I at? Is it the first? Yeah, it says when a vacancy occurs because no candidate or an insufficient number of candidates have been nominated and a district election will not be held, the board shall appoint a qualified person for the office, okay. This appointment shall be made at a meeting prior to the day fixed for the election, person qualified for the office. Shouldn't it say for that trustee area?
Yeah, if we're gonna change one,
Yeah.
shouldn't we change the other, shouldn't this person that's
So
filling
that's
the
right,
vacancy
so
without being
it's
elected, live in that same area?
be the trustee area?
I agree.
So, and the
We can-
district
we can
election
add-
will not be held, and the board shall appoint a qualified person instead of to the office to,
Well, I think we accomplished that, Jan, if we leave to the office and then add a similar sentence saying, the person filling the vacant seat
Is
must
that
also be a
sense?
resident of that
Okay.
trustee area.
okay,
Yeah.
So,
yeah, perfect.
although, my understanding, because this comes up in rural school districts, is sometimes there just is no person.
Do it.
So they have to appoint someone from outside the district, and I understand that's legal, I'm just thinking, could that happen here where literally there's no interest in anybody in a district sitting on the board?
And we're 40,000 people in the city of Hollister, I just can't believe that.
Well, there's a lot of things that could happen, but
I don't think that.
the odds would be remote, but to me, it'd be more consistent to have that language put in there. I mean, or you could have it do it this way. First option, the person live in the district. If in fact no person lived, we can find in the district, then.
I don't see this as an issue.
Well,
There's
that's the only-
40,000 people in
Well,
Hollis.
it's up to you guys. Doesn't matter.
I think it's also the language itself, qualified person to the office, the qualifications for.
You're 18, you're not a felon, you live in
The area.
The area.
the area.
You're good to go. It doesn't even say you know how to read and write.
Yeah, you don't even have to read or write.
It's come, it has come up before, because I know, I believe that.
I agree with you, that in a rural area, you are absolutely
The
right.
county
Have to
superintendent,
nag
the county superintendent of education, my understanding was, if we don't fill it within 75 days, they have the right to. So,
I don't
because they
think
weren't
that's
seated
happened.
boards, so.
Vacant seats, you have a difficult time with meeting the quorum requirements and holding meetings and votes and approving budgets and,
So we make a motion to pass this? That's 13F, correct?
Yes.
I'll make a motion that we accept 13F, board policy, is it 9223?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay.
We are gonna make a change about the resident, about the trustee area, Diego?
only if you
Had to vote on that. We
Um,
go back.
We can
I
just
can bring it, I can also,
eligibility.
I can also
Okay.
bring it back.
But it's in the
That's
eligibility.
fine, that's fine, it's fine,
Okay, can I move on?
yes.
Board member reports. Does anybody have one?
Well, we all went to the groundbreaking ceremony.
Right. We did the pie thing.
We did the pies
And the hamburger.
and the hamburger
and the
thing.
hamburger.
At
It is
Rancho.
fun to feed the kids.
Yeah.
It is, that is fun.
These kids are very sweet.
Yeah, we fed the kids, we did the pies.
We broke some ground
We broke some ground.
Got a hard hat.
and a golden shovel.
I have nothing else. Anybody?
I'll just say that my mom told me to go to the backyard and clean it.
Start digging. You got a shovel?
She keeps me humble.
Digging.
The golden shovel is being presented in our kitchen right now. We'll see how long my wife allows it to stay on display, so.
How about future agenda items? Now's the time.
Diego, is there any way for us to get a objective report on behavior, especially at our middle schools, so that we can discuss it as a board? I mean, I don't know how you do. I mean, I'd like to hear from the principals.
Sure. Discipline entries.
I'd like to see, you said you're gonna be going to Rancho here.
That's right.
I'd like to see something, a report on that and how that went. And, obviously Maze as well. And, anything else?
No,
No? Okay.
We had talked about before, and I know right now everybody's really busy, but at some point we were going to break down, prioritize our facilities.
We have a report ready for the board for December regarding Gathering Hills HDLA. Each month, the board will receive a thorough, detail-oriented report with a prioritized list of projects that are developed by site staff and district, with Aaron Bezetta as the lead.
Yeah, we'll need that. About announcements, reminders.
Get your umbrellas.
Yes.
I can hear it raining. All right.
I'll make a motion that we adjourn the meeting at 9 o'clock here. Yep, on the dot.
There's a second.
a second.
All in favor, say aye.
I,
Meeting closed.
And I need signatures from board president and board clerk.
Is someone gonna give this to me?
Try not to mess you up there. says board president, please sign. That says board clerk, please sign. And then you can get your pen here.
Unless you want to pencil.
Commissioner Rodriguez. Here, here. Any others? This looks like.
Riley, I had to cancel my appointment when I was visiting.
Thank you, Aaron. Happy Thanksgiving. How was your Thanksgiving?
Thank you.